Hello. Hey, hey. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Hello. Hi, Malicious Magpie. Hi, Nexus. Hi, Rocket. And hi, Joe. Ah, Ande. Hi. Hope you're doing good. Welcome, welcome. I overslept. Again. Look, I have a reason, okay? I was sort of editing the Resident Evil 4 remake video just a little bit. I'm just editing like cutting out some parts that's kind of some boring parts, or like my opening, my outros and shit. Just cutting those stuff out. Takes a little while, and then checking if the VOD has like, if at any point that I went to like get a small break, I would kind of wait those parts as well. Took a while. I slept at 2 or something if I remember correctly. And I overslept today. That's why I'm super late. But I'm late also because of the hacking computer just suddenly decided to become a dick. It suddenly becomes very laggy, but it's all fine now. I restarted the computer and now it seems to be okay. So yeah, look at that. It's all good. Also, I want to explain one more thing. A lot less cough today. Oh, for the past 2 days, almost no cough. Hell yeah, hell yeah! Finally, I'm almost back to full health. Just a little bit left, but it's almost gone. It's almost gone, right? It's almost gone. And also, I know I said I wanted to do art today, but man, the past 2 days is so shit. God damn, I cannot believe I actually met with. I mean, okay, look, the place that I worked at is kind of like not a lot of people. It's all just like some very old customer. It's not age old, but like the customer, the regulars, yeah, the regulars. So it's always just like a bunch of regulars that swing by, bought something, and then go back. And then fucking yesterday, there was like a family that came here. Well, family, more like a mom and her son, right? My god, she is a fucking beast. I don't know why she's so aggressive on everything she's doing. I have to pick up all the things that she dropped while she's trying to choose for some. She's trying to take some products, which, if she. Look, I don't mind when people are aggressive or violent towards things. Just clean up afterwards, alright? But she didn't. She's clearly here to cause problems. I don't even know why. By God, it's like a war zone after she like bought something. I have to get shouted at too. I mean, I talk very softly. That's just how I roll. And then if you can hear me, just tell me to talk louder. You don't need to like you don't need to like shove it at my face like, 我听不懂讲话，你讲什么鬼啊? And they say, what the fuck? It's not necessary. She basically just tell me to speak louder, but in a very rude way. And it's like, okay, I'll speak louder. Okay. It's not like there's a lot of people. It's not like that place is noisy as fuck. It's that quiet. Like not that quiet, but you only hear like sudden mechanic noises around. All right, that's about it. But man, that woman was rude. I have to clean up everything she did. She didn't even buy much too. She bought like fucking two packs of like snacks, like the koropok. Potato chips, yeah, that's how we call them. The potato chips. 2 packs of potato chips and then a piece of candy. For her son, that's about it. She just wreaked havoc on the fucking place. Like, goddamn, I have to clean up. I have to clean up all that shit. It was rough. That bitch was rough. But it's okay. No. What do you call that? Occupational hazard? But it's nothing much, honestly. It's just annoying. Look, it doesn't hurt me at all. It's just annoying. It's just annoying. I don't like it. I'm gonna play Deep Rock Galactic today. But also I'm going back to doing badminton. I'm gonna go back doing badminton now, so I'll stop at around, let's see. Oh shit, it's already 12:40. I mean 5:30. Then I have to stop there because there's badminton going on. So yeah. I should quickly and open up the game. Open up the game quick. I'm gonna play. I want to rock and stone. Boop. Rock and stone, baby. Okay, give me a second. This is the best music, by the way. Like this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, that one right there. Best music in the game. Best music. We love those. We love that. Okay, let me open up this one. Hopefully it doesn't have too much stutter. So I went to a Reddit post. God damn it. There is like someone complaining about the game has stutter. It's the game's problem. Not my system somehow. Right? My PC can actually handle this game. I opened up the game in the highest setting when I was playing off stream for a little bit. It works perfectly fine, just stuttering. Like the frame doesn't drop. It's just constant freeze and stuttering. And it looks like it's a very common problem where people don't even know what causes it and people doesn't know how to fix it still. So I was reading some article yesterday and I did everything that one particular article said. Well, almost everything. Let me see if I can still find it. I think it was Quora. Oh, my PC jammed. It is Quora. So it is this article. Rock and Stone. Didn't have the issue, thankfully, but I have not played in over a week. Oh. So not happy performance can experience stuttering. It's stuttering, but not low FPS, right? So it's a little bit. So I updated the game drivers, graphic drivers. I tried to check for it, but there's nothing. This one is basically 6, right? Like this one is just this. Update Windows, couldn't do it. Disable background application downloads, couldn't do it. I'm streaming, but when I was off stream, I had nothing open. It's still stuttering. Lowering graphics settings, I played on shit quality and it still stutters. Right, this one I did it, didn't work. I tried exclusive full screen mode, full screen window mode, and window mode. Didn't change it, bitch. This game is now running in administrator. Didn't do it. Disabling facing. Did it multiple times. Didn't work. Second priority high. I did it. Surprisingly, I did this here in Task Manager. Right, in Task Manager, you go to details and then you just go. Hey, Task Manager. Go details and then you go to the game. You know, DRG Survivor. DRG Survivor right here. You right click and then you just set priority to high. High. Alright, set to high. I already set it to high now. I don't know why. Maybe it didn't save this thing. Yeah, there it is. It's high now. So that's one thing that I did as well. But fuck me, it still stutters. No, hopefully it doesn't stutter. Disable Steam Overlay, already did it. So here, I already did everything the thing says. Here, overlay is off. I'm telling you, I am trying to have a good time with this game. This game is fucking fun. I want to play it. But holy shit. Reinstall game. This is just stupid. All right, there. Hi, hello, McLarge. Got some for you, possibly. What stuff are you talking about? Shit, give me a second. Oh, oops. Sorry. Oh, where's the game? Ah, did I mess up? Oops. Oops. Where's the game? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There's sound, but there's no... Where's the screen? Oh, wait, there's the screen now. Thank God, I don't know what happened. A game I would like to play, maybe? Oh, it's a YouTube video. Oh God, give me a second. This game is a little... Cozy cabin stuff. Oh dear. What this? Looks like a funny game. This game was harder for me than expected. The game is hard. If you mean Democratic Survivor, yeah, it's hard, but I love it. Oh no. Hunter's sanity? Oh. Oh no, what the fuck am I looking at? Oh, the hunters will go insane. Oh, you can fake being like a real deer. Oh, if you kill the wrong deer. If you kill the wrong deer, your sanity goes down. Why is this a horror game? That's kinda cute. Hey, nice game. Hide the hunter sanity from the hunter. Prevent him from going to cabin early to prevent dying. It would be funny, I guess. Pooping move tech and the sanity. Yeah. Everybody knows if you shard, you fly further. Everyone knows that. But of course, everyone knows that. Let me get the game. No, the game's gonna get help. I think you just need night 2. Okay, there it is. Let me get my controller. Oh dear, huh? Alright, so settings wise, this is my settings right now. I have max frame rate on 50 because apparently people say setting a high standard. People say putting a frame rate at 50 FPS and disable VSync, it will fix the problem. I've been lied to, but we'll see. I'm playing on full resolution, full render scale. Should be fine. The game is not as intensive, but maybe go down 1, 2. You never know. Alright, so this is where I am right now. Hope you're doing good, Shanna. This is what Castle Crusher's learn from Castle Crusher. Castle Crusher is sharp. How's the Como? Como is sleepy, but good.
It's always so beautiful here. Hazard 4 just feels right.
Okay, so this is where I am right now. I unlock everything for Scout, unlock everything for Driller. This is the best class ever. Unlock everything for Heavy Gunner. Engineer is still like... no. But I realized that this particular shotgun is strong as fuck. Like, it is troublesome to aim and shoot with this gun, but holy hell, it's strong. I don't want to play it. I'm here to destroy my PC. And what better way to destroy the PC by increasing the blast radius, split the grenades into 3, get all grenades, destroy my PC. That's our goal today. Let's do it.
Whatever you dish out, I can take it.
It's Dreadnought time, Miner. Find the damn thing, destroy it.
Let's destroy my PC. Also, give me a second. I think the game is a little bit loud. There, okay. Doing good. Nice, good to know. I just don't know why I overslept. Well, I know why I overslept because I, you know, but I sleep pretty late last night. So there we go. And this, I told you I did everything, and then the stuttering is still here. This game sucks. Fuck it, disabling everything. Wow, game looks like shit. No, it's not like the game looks like shit, but it's more like, why is this stuttering where no one knows what the cause is? That is the huge problem. Oh yeah, I read the Steam article yesterday regarding this problem. It was a bad idea. A lot of people saying that, oh, my gameplay was buttery smooth. I don't think so.
Read it.
I respectfully think that I don't think so. I respectfully don't think so, you know.
Get the landing zone cleared.
Like, there's something different about frame being buttery smooth and frame being buttery smooth, but there's constant freezing going on. I don't know how to fix that. Like, okay, so the thing is, it happens sometimes, but it doesn't happen sometimes as well. Let me try freezing.
It's for me.
Wow, it's even worse. It's even worse. Why am I not even surprised? I didn't mean to kill a loot bug. Well, you guys are gonna put up with this. I don't know. I want to play this game, but fuck me, the stuttering is bad.
Prepare to fight for your life. The big swarm is approaching.
Ooh, oh yeah, there's a new weapon.
This cryo cannon matches my boots.
Ooh, almost died from that.
Die!
I think I'm playing headset 4, right? Shit, I forgot.
Yes, please.
Thanks.
LC prepped. Supply pod incoming.
I drop kill.
Fire rate. We don't need fire rate. We're throwing BAMs.
I'm a new dwarf. Oh.
My god, I'm so sorry about the stuttering.
Gimme, gimme, gimme.
But good god, I want to play this game.
It's for me.
Leave saying, oh, I left exit trail.
Blocking it to 11.
Okay.
Legendary. It's my lucky day.
Yeah, I think VSync is causing this as well. You know, I'm... There's also one thing that I read, sorry, on Steam's article, which is not very nice. If you put above 60 FPS, it's like unlimited? Question mark? It's unlimited, but I don't know how it works. I don't even know what that means, to be honest. I'm not a very tech kobold. I have no idea what I'm doing when it comes to stuff like these.
You don't see these every day.
Gourd. I want explosions and more explosions. Wait, I forgot I'm supposed to take more explosions. What am I doing?
This works.
I forgot. I cannot believe it. This is what I get for being super sleepy. Like, I don't know what I'm doing most of the time. Oh, I just forget the things I said 2 seconds ago.
This makes my whole life better.
Alright, I'm gonna go find blue caps. Goodbye.
Just what the doctor ordered.
I don't know why the music in this game is so soft. They have like really good music. Such a missed opportunity. Oh shit. I want that. Thank you.
Objective completed. Excellent job.
Shoot it in the face. I want it.
A lot of damage for my axe.
The
Think
bugs
you
are
can
growing
kill me?
stronger.
Well, think again.
No, the stunner.
You ugly son of a bitch. Here, have a bullet in the fight. Ooh.
There's no throwable weapons. I mean, this is throwable, but it doesn't explode. Thank you. Cryo grenade.
These cryo grenades feel cold in my pocket.
Alright, don't mind me, just trying to mine something. I need that gold.
The bugs aren't appreciating
That's all
your
you
presence,
got.
Miner. Well done. Get the lab completed. Drop pod has arrived. Get there now. It will leave without you.
Oh, this is cute.
Just
This
the
game.
upgrade I was looking for.
Explosive damage, increase our throwable damage.
This
Explosive
will
damage,
help
thank
me
you very
work
much.
harder. Ooh.
I don't think I have enough time.
The drop pod
No,
is
I
about
don't.
to leave. Get your ass moving, Miner.
Get.
Legendary
Run.
How can
Don't go. Thank you.
Hatches shut. Taking you to stage 2.
Just couple things. I want to be greedy. 24, 48. Oh, I need 2 more. I'll get real
gotta have
speed.
it.
Epic.
Don't mind if I do.
There. It's not a lot, but it's fine.
We've got work to do and quotas to meet. You have your objectives.
Right, this is hazard 4.
I'm really not ready for this.
My god, the stuttering. I'm really not appreciating it. Like, when I first played this game, the stuttering was not this bad, I think? Or maybe it's the same thing, it's just that I feel I feel a little bit more strongly now. Is that... Oh, it's okay. I thought it's something I can mine.
Prepare to fight for your life. A big swarm is approaching.
I want to play with grenades, not
Eat it.
axes. I mean, axe is good, but grenades?
Sugar.
Way better.
Supplies ready. Clean up the LZ.
Yeah, stuttering almost killed me. Oh, hi Evie, welcome. Hope you're doing good. No. Yes, no.
Cleared. Impact imminent.
Nice shot. I can't get enough of this rare stuff.
damage, real speed. I should unlock the overclock first.
Just the upgrade I was looking for.
Explosion radius.
I'm raring to try this out.
Swarm detected. Get ready. They'll be with you shortly.
Yeah, I just need one more Apoca Bloom though. Cold damage.
This will help me work harder.
Wait, there's no road for me to go. Actually, there is.
I'm gonna go with this.
Well done. You got them all.
Oh my god, the stuttering. I hate it. Why is the stuttering? I did everything the article told me to do, but it's still the same. Just getting debated over and over. I love explosions. Hi Fishes Beans and hi Ryuki. I'll read the chat afterwards. It's okay, now I can read it. Oh, it's the big sister Kobo. Wow. Hi. Hello Ryuki. Hi Fishes Beans. Beans. A Yip Rock Galaxy Yip. Survivors with a Yip Bold. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Tylra, I did it. I wore a dress outside for the first time. It was terrifying, but I did it. Oh, yo, more power to you. Holy shit, nice. How did it feel though? Damakan Suta. I have a light breakfast. Dropping by a bit before going to class. I'm okay. A lot less cough. It's more or less gone. Just a little bit more. At least talking doesn't make my throat feel itchy anymore, so there, I think it's a plus. But good luck with class 2.
Give it to me.
I will go today to play this while playing this game. I have a goal, by the way. It's to destroy my own PC. Well, not destroy in the literal sense, but to see if I can crush this game. Since I realized that there's a class where I can...
There are too many to count. Get it done, Miner.
I can increase blast radius. I can increase grenades to split into 3. But it didn't... It's a weaker version. It just lowers the damage, but not the blast radius. So with that in mind... I want to destroy my PC. Not in a literal sense, but yeah. Once I got used to it, it honestly felt good. Mom liked and unexpectedly said it looked good on you. And when ordering lunch, lady said it looked really nice, which pretty much made my day. Yo! Oh my god, good for you, Evie. That's wonderful. Let me drink some water. Put some honey and hot water on the back with throat. Honey, cheap water, cheap fixed throat. There is no excuse. Well, there is some excuse where there's no honey in the house. Honey is cheap, yeah, but man, to find it... Whoa, that's weird. To find it, I have to go, like... Pharmacy don't have them. Grocery store, most of them don't have it. But one place that I know that sells them is inside inside a shopping mall. There's like a Chinese medicine place where you have them. I could buy it.
I want the flame grenade.
After badminton today.
Boom, baby. Ooh,
Oh, I'm dying.
one down.
Guess what's on the menu? More bugs. And they're pissed.
More
The
bugs.
time is up, great.
More bugs. Help. I'm actually cornered. I'll never get cornered,
Suck on
bitch.
this, you freaking nation. If it looks good, it shoots better. Everyone knows that. I've been dreaming of something like this.
Don't get this wrapped up soon. It's all over, Miner.
I'm trying to. There's no damage going on. Come on. You have to understand this.
I'll
Oh,
have my vengeance next time.
tough. Let's try again. Okay, we all send you honey. But how? 1 gallon jar of honey on the way. How much is 1 gallon? 1 gallon. 2 liter. 1 gallon is 3.78541178. What the fuck? How is that not like a 1 gallon is 4 liters of water? Why? We will milk all the bees for honey ourselves. I don't know how I feel about that.
Just hazard 4.
I don't know how I feel about
Guns are
that.
for weaklings.
Find
Milk-
the
milking
dreadnought.
bees, huh?
Eliminate the dreadnought. Return in time for sandwiches and beers. You can do this.
Is that golden loot bug? Why? I didn't think there's a golden loot bug in this game. That's the first time I've seen it. I press F12. Come on, I press F12. I press F12. It doesn't want to take a screenshot. Okay, I'm killing you then.
I killed the loot bug, and I'm not so proud about it. This.
Ow, 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 ow.
That's the one.
Still the XP gain. Mushroom. Bulu cap. Mushroom. I want bulu cap.
Supply pod prepped. Clear out the landing zone and triangulate your position so it can land.
This one doesn't explode. Yeah.
Ice cold.
Yeah, now we're talking. I just want all the explosions.
Yes, please.
The scanner just lit up like a Christmas tree. We got a swarm incoming.
Oh, Drew, they are too thick.
If
Sure.
it looks good, it shoots better. Everyone knows that. Feel much better now.
Explosion.
Think you could kill me? Well, think again. This.
They hurt. Here at Fella Management Incorporated, we sell the finest in bee milking devices. Spend over 100 USD and get a free can of Beijing corn. Why Beijing corn? Will you give a cobra the boom boom? Never enough.
Might as
Please
well.
give more.
Give me that. Points for style.
No, this one bad. Where's the split? Where's the split one? I want the split and the increased radius. I want the.
Overclock, my favorite type of clock.
Should get the supply pod. And the mushrooms. And gold. Oh god, not the Mectera. Why is it always Mectera when I play Driller? This game is such a bully sometimes.
You don't see these every day.
Objective completed.
How do I read that? Pugzer. Thank you. Appreciate it. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. The first butchering of name is on the house. I'm sorry.
I want it.
Oh, we don't kill the elite Mectera like this.
One crate of
No.
goodies on the way, miner.
God, really? Increase your dodge chance when taking damage. Oh,
That's the one.
Drop
That's a
pod has
no.
arrived. Get there before the timer runs out. The drop
Even
pod is not going to hang
farming
around.
look at how many elites are there. Come on. Oh, explosions, please kill me. Yep.
This is perfect for my build.
Yeah.
Incendiary
Kill, kill, kill,
grenades
kill.
for a
The drop
dwarf
pod is
like
about to
Okay,
leave.
time
Get
to
your
go.
ass moving, miner.
Yep, yep.
Oh, yeah. Crawl back to hell.
Hatches shut.
Oh.
Taking you to stage 2.
The rate is not good enough. Yep. We love yep.
Legendary, it's my lucky day. I rarely go for this one.
That's good enough. 50% reload speed. My crowd grenade's gonna
Load up and get
go
going,
insane.
miner. We have quotas to fulfill.
Time to collect some
Pew.
gold.
I couldn't help it. I'm meant to do art today. I know, but shit, yesterday was rough. I
This
hate it.
one looks best. Boy, feel for the
Maybe
loss.
tomorrow I'll do art. Damn it. I'm so bad. I cannot believe it. It's always the first step. It's always the first step that's
Scientists lit up like a
hardest.
Christmas tree. We got a swarm incoming.
More kite.
We have a supply pod prepped for you. We need the LZ clear.
Come on. Thank you. Mind that for me.
Dibbity dips. Sorry, little bug. Your own fault for being full of goodies.
Ow, 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 ow. Ow, 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 ow.
I got it.
Oh no, why is it here? Why? Just-
Bloody hell, you're hot to kill. I'm gonna do something epic with
Prepare to
this.
fight for your life. The big swarm is
Come on,
approaching.
come on, come on, come on, come on, come on,
We got
come
a
on.
supply pod launch. Stand
Thank
clear.
you.
On a hard hat, stupids.
Is this good for grenades? Yeah, first step is hunt. Even now, I still haven't fully went back to drawing. My tablet is collecting my tablet is collecting dust. It's been half a year, I think. I haven't touched art. Need to do art. Like, I sincerely enjoy doing art, but man, it's kind of scary.
Dimmity dim.
I'm doing that.
Ooh, baby.
Not the best, but it's something.
I'm growing stronger.
Acid trail.
This bugs.
More kite.
Exemplary work. You've achieved your objective in a record time.
Need to find more golden nitro. My internalized more in blocking punches my face, but I appreciate fine art. But why would you want to? Why would you want people to punch you in the face?
I'll take it.
That hurts though.
Bring the pie. Ooh. Ooh.
I wish the music in this game is louder.
I'm gonna do something epic with this.
No split? Oh. This game sucks.
Overclock time, baby.
Why would you not have split? That's like the best thing in the game.
Running out of bugs. More are on the way.
Doesn't hit harder, but looks fancy. Shoot it in the face. Ooh.
Kinetic damage?
High
Sure.
explosives.
I was thinking
Should've
maybe
brought me
neurotoxin, but it's okay. My axe will leave acid trail, so I think that's good enough.
Shoot it in the
Oh.
face. It's mine. I rarely go for this one. This will help me work harder. This works.
They're getting worse, Miner. You need to move.
You don't see these every day. Need it.
You get all the reload speed. I need machine gun hands.
Shoot to kill.
One more.
Cowabunga.
Wait, mining rocks give XP too, right?
Get it done, Miner.
No, I don't
the
have
bugs
that,
are
okay.
furious.
Tough choice.
Funny enough, we should control. I've been trying to kill this thing, but it just doesn't die.
Careful, they're going blood crazed. Work fast, Miner.
Nice.
Kill.
Quota satisfied. The drop pod is arriving.
It's a
Get
little
moving.
extra
It won't hang
special.
around.
I couldn't.
Gimme, gimme, gimme.
My god, I got
Just a
surrounded.
flesh wound.
It's just a flesh wound. Dang it. It's okay, you know, there's no split. I'm doing this intentionally because there's no split. Right, let's try again. That is intentional.
Gonna see some hazard. I'ma wreck it.
We're sending you in to take out a dreadnought. Get it done, Miner. We're all counting on you.
Hazard 4 is super difficult, but I do appreciate having a lot of elites that I can kill, essentially meaning more XP drops, you know what I
Gotta
mean?
have it.
It's great. But while I was playing it off stream for a little bit, I realized something about this game. After level 55, it's extremely hard to level up anymore. It's like, man, why? Why would you do that?
Ooh, baby.
It is exactly after level 55. And then the amount of XP needed to level up is just really bad. Like, the game doesn't want you to go broken. I don't appreciate that.
Can't drop supplies for you yet. Prep the landing zone for impact.
Like, whenever that happens, it just makes me want to play Risk of Rain 2 and show them how broken the game can be and how fun it can be.
It's grenade o'clock.
Mine, do not touch, don't touch me, don't touch me, don't touch me, don't touch me. Ow, 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 ow. Why are you touching me? Why are you touching me? Why are you touching the couple?
Feel much better now.
Well done. You got them all.
Reload speed.
Cowabunga.
Prepare to fight for your life.
Much
Big
bad
storm
drops.
is approaching.
Last stage has a bunch of bad drops, to be honest. Supply drops was okay, but the drop pod is a little bit eh. Right, let's run around and see if I can find any Nitra gold.
I just became a better dwarf. Your history.
Oh, I didn't even realize supply pod is here. Of all throwable weapons? Sure.
Choice.
What else? Oh, okay.
Box of goodies headed your way, Miner.
What a shot! Yes, please. Say hello to my little friend.
This is fine.
This one.
Being a druid, I don't think I need as much mining speed. But I think as who? Engineer. Engineer needs a lot of mining speed, I feel like. Something about engineer needing more mining speed, just sure.
Pretty sweet.
The bugs are growing stronger.
Alright, just wait. I'm trying to find more nitro and shit.
Hell yes.
Okay.
Clock this, bugs.
Guess what's on the menu?
I
More
just
bugs.
became a better
And they're
dwarf.
pissed.
I
More
found
bugs.
Some more kites.
Oh, they heard this kind of bad.
Vaporize. Dial it in.
I kind of need overclock now, so
It's a growing out of hand. Get it done, miner.
Shoot it in the face! One down! Give me that!
Yeah, explosions. I want this one.
Those icy grenades.
Oh god. I'm just using it. This is bad. I'm using too much gold.
Really sweet. I'm gonna go with this. This is the smart pick. Put a bit of extra kick in it.
Not even a split. Oh, more explosion radius.
Get there before the timer runs out. The drop pod is not going to hang around.
This kobold is upset. I'm an upset kobold.
This is the smart pick.
Let's get this one.
For style.
The drop pod is about to leave. Get your ass moving, miner.
This is perfect for my build.
Stage 1 cleared. Be sure to spend your gold and nitro before the next stage.
Yeah, I use too much gold.
Oh yeah, now we're talking.
Reload speed.
Pretty sweet.
Thanks for stream, kakak. To get lost, the kitty needs to get better. Although I am getting better, albeit very slow, but I'm slowly getting there. Yep.
Your mission is clear. Get to it.
Also, if you're going to... Yeah, you're going to class, right? Thank you, Ryuki. All the best for your class too.
Swarm detected. Get ready. They'll be with you shortly.
I needed that.
Supply pod active. Locate the LZ and prep it for landing.
Speaking of class, I don't even know if you guys believe this, but I remember in middle school I was such a
Say hello to my little friend.
bad kid. I don't bully people, I don't, but I hate class so much that I will find all and any excuse that I can to skip class. To a point where I just straight up run away from class. I hate. Oh.
This one almost makes it too easy.
I just hate going to class. It's not something that I like a lot. I hated it a lot. Because, I mean, it's not just the class is boring, but it's more like every time I go to class, every time I go to school, well, school, right? School, in middle school. Every time I go to school, it's either I get bullied or I just get shouted by a teacher because I don't know how to like do anything.
It's for me.
I'm like bad at studying.
Let's show them.
My score is not good. It's just all of those add together. I hated school so much. Which makes me want to like run away from class. So
I'm not scared of you.
when I'm like Form 6, I think. Form 6, I got my own driver license, I got my own car. Well, not my own car, but a car that my dad allowed me to use. So I just use that. I use that car. I drive to school. And it is during that point I started to skip class. I drive not to school, but to somewhere else. So there are a few places that I go. I go to one of my friend's house. See, he doesn't like to go to school as well. It's like I took him to the house. And during that time their parents are working, so they have no idea. So it's like lucky. Neurotoxin of fire. This is a tough choice. Toxin.
Oh, it makes my eyes water. That's all you got, you slippery shit.
But of course I still go through every single like course that there is in middle school. Not a fun time. Definitely not the time that I enjoy a lot. I think the happiest moment was me doing Chinese lion dance. Like that's the best thing ever. Other than that, school was pretty bad.
Jade is here.
Mushroom.
Well done, you got them all.
It's okay, you don't have to be smart, you stay pretty at home. Gaming and chat will take care of you. Wow. I mean, I feel I'm being spoiled here. I'm one spoiled couple. Oh, take care of that for me.
Alert! Threat level increasing.
Yeah, free gold. Ow, 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 ow. This is really bad.
Hello, my little friend. Vaporize.
I don't think I can keep face thinking like that.
Vaporize.
Well, one problem with Praetorian is that Praetorian is too hard to kill.
Miner.
Die, creep. Wee, not too shabby.
Let's just spin around here.
It's for me.
But of course, explosion
Watch
radius.
it, the threat level is increasing.
I just became a better warrior. Alien scum. Dog, don't die. I can use this.
Oh
Got
no.
your sense now. Threat level increased.
Tough choice.
The Praetorian don't die. What is this? This is really bad. I don't like it. I made the wrong choice.
My scanner is overloading, Miner. Get a move on.
Swallow this.
Thank God the Praetorians just don't die.
They got your scent now. Threat level increased.
Oh, they hurt.
Threat level keeps increasing. You need to work faster. Objective completed, Miner. Get to the drop pod before it heads back to orbit.
Why are you below?
Hell yes. I'm gonna kill you all.
Oh. One health. Something is on the drop pod.
Feels rare.
Gather up your...
Fine.
Stage 2 completed. Taking you closer to your target.
Hi Jade, Kopo, hello, and hi Roxas. Have I bought some Curse Dragon Pick for enjoyment? Yeah, I saw that shit. How the fuck do you even find stuff like that? I don't understand. I don't understand.
I want it.
But it's okay,
Dibbity
it's still Dragon, it's good.
This is a work-related expense. Why am I paying?
Albeit a little bit cursed, but it's still Dragon.
Your mission is clear. Get to it.
That was pretty risky farm. Was I even farming? I didn't even get as much XP, I think.
God damn it, there's a pebble in my food.
There, I'm feeling a little bit. I'm feeling it. I'm liking it. I'm liking the noise. All the explosions. Yeah, explosions.
The scanner just lit up like a Christmas tree. We got a swarm incoming. Exemplary work. You've achieved your objective in record time.
I'm so glad after 2
Can't send in
months.
supplies until you clear out the landing zone.
After 2 months, I'm finally going back to doing badminton. Oh goodness, finally.
I needed that. It'll do.
LC prepped. Supply pod incoming.
Nice shot. I want it.
Prepare to fight for your life.
Whoa.
Big swarm is approaching.
Love that.
I'm a new dwarf.
I should probably lower down the graphics a little bit.
The swarm is heading your way. Load up.
Swallow this.
Right, I forgot that they don't care. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Tough choice. You ugly son of a bitch. This is the smart pick. Looks beautiful, like me.
Yeah.
Walking it to 11.
Yeah, look at that. Explosions and more.
Yes, please. That will teach you. You ugly son of a bitch. It'll do.
Oh, like it. Percival, hi. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for pet and poop.
I'll take it.
And he's running fear.
This is gonna change everything.
That's weak.
Hell yes. I'll take this one.
Split radius? Yeah.
11.
All kinetic damage. Nah,
This
real
makes
speed.
my whole life better.
Throw faster. We need all of them. Yeah, this is beautiful.
That will teach you.
Oh, that is beautiful.
Get it
Okay,
done,
wait.
Miner. The bugs are furious.
Explosions and more. Ow. Mind that for me.
The bugs aren't appreciating your presence, Miner. Get the lead out.
Gotta have it.
Oh no, I'm reload, I'm re-rolling. I like to see that fork tongue blap. I could. Guess what? What? Hi, hello again, Batman. Or cursed Batman who laughed. Nah. Blip.
Don't mind if I do.
Fire an acid trail?
I'm clocking it to 11.
I think I need to focus on killing these things.
Time's running out,
boy.
Miner. The bugs are getting worse.
Don't you love it when there's so many explosions that my PC is starting to run like shit? Best thing, what can I say? Mind that pearl, mind that
Time's
pearl.
running out, Miner. The bugs are getting worse.
Whoa, 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 whoa. That hurt? That hurted! Oh, that really hurt.
I love them.
The bugs are going insane. Move, move, move!
High explosive grenade? Wait, that's really strong. I just say the chocolate cookie that expired in 2022 and it tastes the same. Cookie? Well, cookie will grow mold, would it? Maybe that's a cookie that's very kept well. What can I say?
Crystalline cap. Next stop, I'm going to the bow.
Beauty burst fire gun. Hmm.
It's so shiny here.
I'm just gonna farm some hazard tree
Hazard 3.
and see if I can destroy my PC on
Guns
hazard
are
tree.
for weaklings.
We're sending you in to take out a dreadnought. Get it done, Miner. We're all counting on you.
But also, hi. Hope you're doing good.
Ooh, baby.
Even after eating that chocolate that expired on 2022. Despite that, still hope you're good. Extra
Just
thing.
the upgrade I was looking for.
Is this one? Oh, it is.
Don't mind if I do.
No. Yeah.
Give me the fire starters.
Yeah.
We got too much clutter for the supply pod to land. Do something.
Single file. Okay.
Swarm detected. Get ready. We'll be with you shortly.
Why you like this game? Make this, make. I can just run.
This. Yes.
Just trying to get the supply pod. Good enough.
Gotta have that legendary.
Good work. Supply pod inbound.
What a shot! I rarely pick one of these. Tough choice. I can use this.
I wonder how big a dragon's tongue is, especially mine. But that's only for you to know, no?
Dial it in.
I mean, it is your tongue.
Don't mind if I do.
Oh. Oh.
Cowabunga!
Just a free 30% radius increase, of course. Alright, one more Apoca Broom.
Well done. You got them all.
Yeah!
Oh,
Give it to me.
sure. Sure.
Eat it!
Careful. They're going blood crazed. Work fast, miner.
Oh, wow, the impact actually just killed me.
Vapor Take that!
Well done. Objective completed. Drop pod has arrived.
I
Get
rarely
there
go
now.
for this
It
one.
will leave without you.
Eh? Eh? Yeah.
These cryo grenades feel cold in my pocket.
I need all the grenade.
I rarely go for this one. Ooh,
The drop pod is about to leave. Get your ass moving, miner.
Okay, I'm 50. I can do that.
You made short work of stage 1. Well done, miner.
Coffee. Coffee still makes my throat feel
I can
feels
use
weird.
this. I'm gonna be the best survivor.
Good enough.
You know the drill,
got
miner.
looted.
Fulfill your objectives, and let's get out of here.
Born to collect some gold.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm getting pretty lucky. Oh, if I can get a neurotoxin grenade, that would be great. Then I'll have fire, poison, and ice. All in one.
Prepare to fight for your life. A big swarm is approaching. The surface is too packed for the supply pod to land. Please clear it.
Explosive damage. Get all reload speed.
Cowabunga! Ooh. One down! Your history! Much better!
Swarm detected. Get ready. They'll be with you shortly. Exemplary work. You've achieved your objective in record time.
Die, creep!
I love it when they do single file like this, but I messed up.
Ooh. Ooh. I'll take this one.
Oh, I cannot go. Oh shit! Need the supply pod.
A gorgeous gun for a gorgeous dwarf.
LC prepped. Supply pod incoming.
Fine.
Nice shot. Oh yeah.
Quota satisfied. The drop pod is arriving. Get moving. It won't hang around.
Overclock, my favorite type of clock. It's a little extra special. Tough choice. Ooh.
Time's
I might
ticking,
miss so
miner.
many of the
Move
XP
it.
points.
Stage 2 completed. Taking you closer to your target.
This is my pick.
No. God, I just need one more. This game's rough
It's
sometimes.
calling to me. I've been dreaming of something like this. Overclock says it's time to... Next! I'm growing stronger.
One more time.
What else we got?
Yeah.
Yoink.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Not bad. All the reload speed possible.
We've got work to do and quotas to meet. You have your objectives.
Next time, let's go somewhere.
Whoa, I cannot see shit when it explodes. This is what I'm looking for. Hell yeah. Now this is the amount of fucking explosions that I crave. And more. I want more. Ooh.
Swarm detected. Get ready. They'll be with you shortly.
The explosion's so big that it doesn't even do me damage.
Can't drop supplies for you yet. Prep the landing zone for impact.
Neurotoxin?
This toxin's sure to get on their nerves. Take that!
shows clear. Supply pod inbound. Big swarm detected. Buggerman, get ready.
Give me that. Dial it in. This will help me work harder. I'm growing stronger.
Okay, I'm trying to focus for overclock now. Gonna believe I'm still coughing a little bit. I was okay yesterday. I didn't cough as much when I was at work. Weird.
Objective completed. Swarm detected. Get ready. They'll be with you shortly.
This is the big boom. I like it. Look at the big boom. Yeah. Look at the boom. Oh. Oh, the boom. Shit. Fine.
Legendary. I knew today was gonna be good. I'm raring to try this out.
Lifetime reload speed? I'm focusing on this
Sure,
one.
why not? Boom, baby! Vaporize! This works! Just the upgrade I was looking for.
Stuttering is back. Radius?
I'm gonna
Yeah.
be the best survivor.
Radius?
Die!
Oh yeah, look at the explosions. Yeah, eat shit.
All tasks complete. Stage finished. The drop pod is prepped and ready. Get on it before it leaves.
This one suits me best.
Oh, yes.
Clock says it's time to
Yes.
kill.
Oh yeah. Woo.
Yes, please.
Get yourself onto that drop pod. It's about to head out.
This is optimal gameplay, but not optimal optimization. The PC is actually dying.
Plenty more where that came from. Stage 4 is waiting for you, miner.
That's it. This is what I'm looking for.
I can use this.
Yes.
Overclock time, baby. Points for style. Dibbity dibs.
Good enough. Good enough.
There's work to be done. Up and at 'em, miner.
I'm so ready to quit this job and move on. Oh yeah.
Oh no, wait, the cryo grenade make... I cannot see anything. Uh-oh. Well, that's a bit of a problem. I actually cannot see. Oh no. I know that's the problem. The cryo grenade is good and all, I cannot see anything. Maybe we should skip the cryo grenade next time.
The scanner just lit up like a Christmas tree. We got a swarm incoming.
I cannot dodge, I cannot see anything. Oh no. Didn't think about this, did I?
It'll do. Die for fun.
It's okay, just look at the minimap. If there's like a white dot, it's an upper room. Like this one.
Swarm detected. Get ready. They'll be with you shortly.
There's be a way to turn off or down the particle effect. Afraid not. I mean, not that I know of. Not that I know of. Yeah, I don't think it's here. I actually cannot see anything. Kobo is blind! Blinded by her own explosions.
We have a supply pod prepped for you. We need the LZ clear. After impact.
Let's get this one.
One.
Hello,
Swarm
Dino
detected.
Fox.
Get ready. They'll be with you
Hello.
shortly.
Reptilian allies arrive. Yeet. More reptile. More reptile friend. Lifetime?
I'm a new dwarf.
Oh, net. I don't care.
It's calling to me. I always waste my money on cosmetics. It's calling to me.
Yes!
Put a bit of extra
more radius, thank you.
I just became the best dwarf.
Oh my god, what was that?
This will help me work harder. Legendary! It's my lucky day!
It's my lucky day. So lucky that I cannot see anything. Alright, let's find Aqua Club room. I just need one more.
Swallow this!
Exemplary work. You've achieved your objective in record time.
Eat your maker, Craig!
I think it's done. Oh!
Dibs!
This is great. This is great. My PC is dying, that's a good sign. That means that the build is doing well. The build that I'm trying to do it, and trying to do the build, it's
Threat
working.
level just went up.
Radius? Don't mind if I do.
One of these.
But of course, more radius. My fucking god, I actually, wow. This is great.
Now this is a rare treat.
A radius? Of course.
Time to kill.
Yeah.
You want some more?
You want some
Drop pod has
more?
arrived. Get there before the timer runs out. The drop pod is not going to hang around.
Let's go. Cannot see anything. It's like walking in the rain, but no, it's not rain. It's whatever the shit is. Goodness me. Would you consider yourself to be a master at using swords? No. I can hardly even carry them. That's why we use bombs. They are smaller and they have a lot of, well, boomage. Bombs are great. Swords are cool, but I cannot lift them out.
I just became
Time's ticking, Miner.
dwarf.
Move it. Stage 4 is done. Onwards to stage 5 we go.
This is great. Lit up like a cobra throwing grenades left and right. I don't know the song, but I like it.
This one looks best. Pretty sweet.
Only one one way to rouse the dreadnought. Destroy its cocoons.
Destroy
Kill
its
them all, Miner.
cocoons. Uh-oh. Here we go. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh boy, here we go again. Ah,
Just what we thought.
am I at Silent Hill? Is this how Silent Hill is made? I cannot see anything. I think this might be Silent Hill. Oh no. Okay, I think I might open. Okay, run. Oh boy, oh boy. It's not Silent Hill, it's very loud. True. I mean, if you wouldn't hear constant explosions in Silent Hill, would you? What happened? Why are we not throwing? There we go, it's back. Oh, I need more Nitro. Nitro gives more critical chance, right? This is great.
This one's for Carl.
See, the thing is, I'm trying to destroy my PC today, but I don't know if I can do it. If this doesn't destroy it, I don't know what else I can.
Clear it out, Miner.
Am I dodging it?
We got a launch.
Hi,
Supplies
Kobo
inbound.
Mom. Yeah, Mom is here.
I rarely pick one of these. Suck on this, you freaking nature!
Oh, great dragon lady who spawned our little kobold. Yeah. We worship thee. See, thing is, mom doesn't know what a kobold is still.
I'll take it!
I never told her. This is great. I'm just looking at the health bar, looking at it getting bullied.
Let's clear them out!
I am a walking hazard.
This is my pick!
Ooh, we can open up the dreadnought first. Everything is so close to overclocking. Shit.
Power of my kin force.
Need more reload speed. Need more speed.
By the fear! What is this abomination?
That's a lot of them. Not anymore. Oh, it's charging. Uh-oh. No. Oh, I thought it happened. I thought it happened. That was close. See, I actually don't know where I am. I'm looking at where Dreadnought is looking at, and trying to center my screen to know where I am. I can't see shit. This is perfect. Now this is the game that I want to play. Ow. Ow. I see shit. Ah, just a few more.
Don't mind if I do.
Get it done, Miner. The bugs are furious.
I'm literally doing it as fast as I can.
Dreadnought down. Objective completed. Excellent job. Objective completed, Miner. Get to the drop pod before it heads back to orbit.
Reload speed.
Nice. I'll take it.
Where's the drop pod? Okay, I see it. Alright, let me just decorate this drop pod a little bit. Don't mind all the cryo gas, neurotoxin gas, and also the fire that's literally on my feet. It's fine. Like, it's all just decorations.
Congratulations. One less Dreadnought to worry about. Management sends their regards.
My god, this game is easy. And cryo grenade is doing the most damage? Why am I not surprised? And the amount of coverage the screen is. The screen getting covered by cryo grenade. It's truly something else. Well, that was fun. I should even get blind chat. I actually cannot see anything. Blind.
Looking like a hot one today.
Upgrades stack alone over time in this game, since I love games where you can stack upgrades on your next playthrough. There is like a permanent upgrade here that you can upgrade. But each playthrough has like, you know, you can level up and you get upgrades. But the upgrades that you got through leveling up doesn't brought over to the next playthrough. But these are like permanent. It's something like Vampire Survivor. Actually very similar.
Here we go. Gonna be thirsty work in the magma core today.
It'd be better if this is multiplayer plus. A lot of people has been trying to like tell the dev to make like, hey dev, can this be multiplayer? Like, I was reading articles yesterday trying to find if there's like a fix for the stuttering issue. And all I see is just like, why is this game not cooperative? Why is this game not co-op? It's like, yeah.
Hazard 4. I'm a frit.
I second that. Therefore, multiplayer one. This one is Survivor, indicating single player. Oh, so I will never make this multiplayer? Oh. Now you're making me want to play Deep Rock Galactic. Not this one. Playing multiplayer with a couple I like you would be lots of fun. I do have Deep Rock Galactic. Been playing for a little bit. It is now like, what? 6-year anniversary? What's the time? 2:13. You know what? I'll play this one for a little bit more, and let's play the Kobold. The Kobold Deep Rock Galactic. How about that? Same game essentially, but different. Does it make sense? Probably not.
Hazard 4! I'm a Frit!
Let's try to play this.
I'm thinking I'm a tinkerer.
It's dreadnought time, Miner. Find the damn thing, destroy it.
I rarely pick one of these. This one's so me.
Oh my god, look at that sweet, sweet frame rate. The frame rate was non-existent last round. Shit, I wonder why.
Yeah.
Maybe it's something to do with the grenades, huh? Oh fuck, this is Hazard 4, I forgot.
I'm gonna go with this.
Nope.
Exemplary work. You've achieved your objective in a record time.
Oh, I haven't unlocked this overclock.
I want the big scary breach cutter. This one's for Carl. Oh yeah, now we're talking.
Ow.
Supplies blocked. Get the landing zone cleared.
Can we chance of this?
Lock it in. This is gonna change everything. Looks beautiful, like me. Points for style.
Honestly, it has been a long time since I last played the Deep Rock Galactic, not Survivor.
We got a launch. Supplies inbound.
Sure.
Wee, not too
Prepare to
shabby.
fight for your life. A big swarm is approaching.
You want some more? Take that.
Like, look at the damage it's dealing. It's insane.
Oh yeah.
Like, I was shitting on this weapon for so long because I need to aim where I should, which is not something that I like, right? But I have to say though, the damage it's dealing is insane. I'm kinda stuck.
Just what the doctor ordered.
That works.
Bingo! This is gonna help me be a perfect dwarf. Crawl back to hell! Feels like a brand new gun now. Yeah.
It shoots grenades faster than you can throw them. If I ever use this one, I don't think so. Try it.
Boom tube! Gimme, gimme, gimme! It's a little extra special.
There are too many to count. Get it done, Miner.
Ow. One beam?
Legendary upgrade. How can I not?
Alright, single file.
there before the timer runs out. The drop pod is not going to hang around.
Epic is good. Still better get at least one gun to overclock ASAP. Yeah. Then that's why I learned. Like during later hazards, like 3 or 4, you're just gonna overclock one gun first before you can have fun. I got ambush hard. Didn't learn her lesson. Going back for the booms? Of course. You need the
Feels
booms.
rare. Feels right.
Oh yeah.
Upgrade. That's a no-brainer.
Oh yeah.
I'll take it.
The drop pod is about
Oh,
to
no,
leave.
it's too
Get
far.
your ass moving, Miner. You made short work of stage 1. Well done, Miner.
Stage 1 level 28. Holy shit. Holy shit. 29, 29. 4, 8. I don't even know if I can only buy one of them. This one,
Feels rare. Feels right.
not the best.
Your mission is clear. Get to it.
I'm really not ready for this. That's the one.
I just realized that was the first stage. I already got 3 guns.
Swarm detected. Get ready. They'll be with you shortly.
Why are mushrooms so hard to find? I hate it.
That's all you got, you slippery shit.
Prepare to fight for your life. A big swarm is
works.
approaching.
Die, monsters!
Oh, that was nice.
Dwarves don't die easily. Tough choice.
Oh,
This is gonna change everything. Ah! Now this is a rare treat.
Supply pod ready for insertion. The
Vaporize.
drop point is too rocky, so please clear it out.
Take that! Die, monsters! I'm not scared of you! Take that!
I'll get this one.
Rack 'em and shock 'em! Bloody hell, you're hot to kill! Tips!
I didn't even get a chance to get my supply pod.
This one!
We got a launch. Supplies inbound.
Nice! I'll take it! better dwarf than yesterday.
It's not the mushroom.
Can't hang around forever, Miner. These bugs aren't your friends. Objective completed.
Okay, that's good enough. That's good enough. Oh,
I'm clocking it to 11.
even this guy has splits.
Ugh, I got it in the mouth. One down.
Well done. Objective completed. Drop pod has arrived.
This
Get
one.
there now. It will leave without
Legendary
you.
upgrade. How can we not? Oh. Die!
Might be getting too greedy here.
Give it to me. Yoink!
Time's ticking, Miner. Move it.
Swallow this!
Okay,
Well
good enough.
done,
Good
Miner.
enough.
We knew we could trust you to go it alone. Stage 2 completed.
It's a little extra special. Looks beautiful, like me. Nothing for me here. Let's try again. Nice. I'll take it.
I would re-roll, but maybe not. Saving some gold for next round would be a good idea as well.
We've got work to do and quotas to meet. You have your objectives.
Because a second re-roll does cost 2 more.
Don't mind if I do.
Yeah, I find the shotgun needs a lot more fire rate than this. The reload speed of this shotgun is super fast.
The scanner just lit up like a Christmas tree. We got a swarm incoming.
Eat that! Feels rare. Feels right. Clock this, bugs!
We have a supply pod prepped for you. We need the LZ clear.
This will help me work harder.
The swarm is heading your way. Load up.
My god, with the constant swarm I cannot even go find apple gabloons.
Go to hell! Yeah!
Did the shotgun lost its... it's a
Swarm is heading your way. Load up.
piercing ability? I don't see it pierce, but it bounces around
I'll take
instead.
it. See you in hell! You want some more?
Oh. Classic mini pads, but they do less damage. Shoots an additional time in the opposite direction. Both is like double projectile, but this one doesn't lose damage.
This is gonna change everything. Don't mind if I do. That's the one.
Oh yeah.
Overclock, my favorite type of clock.
Oh, the starter is back.
Let's show them some pie. Lock it in.
Nicely done. Supplies
Didn't see that
inbound.
coming, sucker.
Crap, I didn't mean to kill it.
That's the
Drop
one.
pod has arrived. Get there before the timer runs out. The drop pod is not going to hang around.
Epic upgrade. That's a no-brainer. Alien, go. It's a little extra special.
I moved too slow. This is kind of bad. I need to get any move
Gotta
speed
move
I can
on,
find.
Miner. The drop pod will head out momentarily.
This works.
Stage 3 completed. Taking you to stage 4.
I am now
Good
too
work,
chunky.
Miner.
This is my pick. I just became a better dwarf. Hell yes.
No movement speed? I'm a little bit scared. Nice.
Load up
Yeah.
and get going,
I mean-
Miner. We have quotas to fulfill.
I think damage-wise, I have more than enough damage. But now the only problem is like running around.
Let's go somewhere.
Like that 50% fire rate is good, but minus 15% movement speed is a little bit. It's a little bit. But my shotgun is going insane.
Feel much better now.
And the stuttering is back. Sorry. Couldn't fix it. I don't know what's the
Detectives,
problem.
Get ready. They'll be with you shortly.
Like you would think that it's performance issues, but it's not. I would think it's performance issues. Remember when Monday I played it, I set the graphics to low as fuck. I could try it again. We could look at some like 50%. Alright, 50% render scale. See how it works, alright?
Die!
Yeah, it's not the graphic issues. It's
I'm
not
a
graphical
new boy.
issues. It's performance. It's not performance
Really
issues.
much
It's the
better.
fucking something inside the game. Looks like a memory leak or some shit. I don't know about these stuff. I just want to play the game, man. The shotgun's more insane than CCP's core values. CCP.
The scanner just lit up like a Christmas tree. We got a swarm incoming.
Oh right, I'm changing the render scale. Look, if the game wants to stutter, at least I want to look at the better stuttering. You know, at least make the game look good.
One down!
Oh boy. Oh my god, I'm getting surrounded.
Power up my hidden forces for me.
Supply pod prepped and ready, Miner. We need you to clean up the landing zone.
Tyra, how much do you like cats?
I can't get enough of this rare stuff.
I like them.
Swarm detected. Get ready. They'll be with you shortly.
They're not as much as I like,
This is my pick.
well, lizards. You know, they're like detached at the ceiling, at the
Objective
wall,
completed.
crawling around.
Excellent job.
I think those things are kind of adorable.
Oh yeah. You want some more?
One fun thing is that they squeak super loud as well. Like, you would know one is nearby with how loud they squeak.
Crawl back to hell. I can use this.
Elite Slasher? The Slasher is fine.
There you go. Delivery of one resupply for you, Miner.
I can't get enough of this rare stuff.
I walk so slow that I can't even dodge the stat lines.
Bring the pie. Bingo.
Cats are friendly? They are. They are also very mysterious.
This one's for Carl.
All tasks complete. Stage finished. The drop pod is prepped and ready. Get on it before it leaves.
I cannot get to the drop pod like this.
It's for me. This
Good
one
enough.
almost makes it too easy.
Gather up your beard and get onto that drop pod. It's about to leave.
Come and get me, you disgusting bug.
Stage 4 completed. Next stage is the Dreadnought. Prepare accordingly.
Good enough, right? Good enough.
Give me that. I can use this. Let me try again. This. I'll take this one.
The Dreadnought will emerge when you destroy the small cocoons. And watch out for elites. Keep your cool. You will make it out just fine.
Oh, speaking of cats, I remember me talking about wanting pets and shit, right? I want to have pets. I really do, but not like cats and dogs. I've been studying about like geckos, turgus, but turgu might be a little bit way too hard. So maybe like skink, blue tongue skink, leopard gecko. But maybe not bearded dragon. Bearded dragon requires way too much care. And not that I cannot give, it's just too much responsibility.
Just the upgrade I was looking for.
I don't think I'm ready. Monitor lizards? I mean, monitor lizards, I don't know if they're venomous or not. Like, some people say water monitor is like venomous. Oh wait, no, venomous is... Oh wait, sorry, monitor is not venomous. Venomous is Komodo. Yeah, Komodo is venomous. Water monitor is not. It's just like a big lizard with huge heart.
Bloody hell, you're hot to kill.
Monitor is just big. It's so adorable.
You bugs feel much better now. That will teach you. This one makes me want to be a better dwarf.
tripod ready for insertion. The drop point is too rocky, so please clear it out.
You ugly son of a bitch!
I need a supply pod.
One crate of goodies on the way, Miner.
Hell yeah!
What a good time to get this one.
This one's so mean.
Oh, I should have got movement speed. Fuck.
Gonna paint my nails to match it.
It shoots an additional time in the opposite direction. Another double projectile?
This is gonna change everything.
Well. But of course.
I'm gonna kill you all. Ethan! Thinks it's big time. It's gonna frickin' die big time.
Ow. God, there's too many acid splitter.
One down. Think you can kill me? Think again.
Oh, hi Permohanan. Charles Gem past Dirk. Where's the Dirk? I only see a kobold.
I'm gonna do something epic with this.
Hey, I want that gem though. Can I take it? I would love to have that gem.
I got it.
Oh, wow, that hurts. Nice too.
Down. Objective completed. Excellent job. Drop pod has arrived. Get there before the timer runs out. The drop pod is not going to hang around.
This is Hazard 4. Yeah, I underestimated this second shotgun so bad.
Gotta move
It's
on,
too
Miner.
good.
The drop pod will head out momentarily. Impressive work, Miner. The Dreadnought never knew what hit it.
Emeralds are your favorite type of gem. I just like any gems possible. Give me gems, I'll take them. Yeah. It's the shotgun. The shotgun's too good. They're almost all fully upgraded. It's 244. You know what? Well, I'm gonna close this one. And I'm gonna play this one. I opened out a little bit last night. Just a little bit. Updated the mods. They seem to be working okay, I think. I hope. Right, let me change the title. Oh, change the category. This one. Been a while. You know, been a while. Although there's one thing on, I mean, this game has many things that's good, but one thing that's the best about this game, there's kobolds in here. Don't know if I ever showed it, but now I can show it. Oh yeah, I don't think I can become 3D when I play this game though. Let me try. If it gets too bad, then I'll revert myself to 2D. I'll become flat. Alright, don't judge me too harsh, right? I'm not good with this game. I can die on the hazard tree.
My arse is itchy.
Where's my kobold? There, kobold. The best mod. Okay, let me try to lower down everything possible. Since when there's voice chat in this game? Right, this is good. If the game looks like shit, that means I'm doing it right. And surprise, surprise, I love Drilla in this game as well. It's great.
You're lucky these are dwarven decorations. Goblin ones would have exploded when you kicked them. We lost so many workers that way.
This game is great. Oh, it's free. Health is increased by 30%. Sure.
Hey bartender, Red Rock Blasters, it's time to blast away.
I'm gonna make the game slightly louder. 69 is great and all, but let's have it 80%, I guess. Or maybe like 79. There. I think they optimized this game. Because back then my PC would just die when I open up this game. When I have so many things open at the same time, yeah.
Spot.
I love doing this. You guys have no idea, I'm doing this with the fucking biggest smile on my face. Why? I don't know. We're just kicking balloons and kicking shit into the into the launch pad. Oh. Oh.
Okay, Matrix Core, share your secrets. Oh, of course. I was planning
planning on making something like that anyway. This just makes it even easier.
Oh shit, I don't know who this is. I think this is Tylra.
Overpowered? Just wait until I do this! Oh yeah! This is gonna get nerfed in no time!
Alright, let me... I think I'm still on my way to unlock this gun, right? Yeah, this one. I haven't even unlocked this gun yet. Alright, let's do it. What do I need? It's an easy one. Mokai Ebo Nut. Do I dare to do Hazard 4? Why the fuck not?
Mission selected. And don't worry, team, I worked on this quite personally, so I'm sure nothing will go wrong.
Hit removal damage. Oh, I'm going for drill damage? I'm going for drill kill build? That rhymes. Drill kill build, huh? Sure.
Rolling for strength as a cobalt!
This should be fine, right? It's only 1-star quest? That's why I go for Hazard 4.
Rock and stone! Hey, are you golden scale? Then sway that tail. Gold for the bold.
Oh.
Time to make Cortelnet proud. I roll for a golden scale shall
We're
prevail.
sending you in deep this time. The market we're looking for is deep below the planet's crust. You just gotta mine it, put it in the mule, and we'll send in the drop pod.
Wow, the game is buttery smooth. What the hell? Holy shit. They definitely optimized this game so hard. I'm glad. Now I can play this game without much issue. See, I feel like I can even use the fidelity balanced. Let me try balanced. God, I miss this game.
Come on, girl, move it.
Big shiny. Look at that. I love it when shiny doesn't hurt me in this game. And funny enough, there's a lot of shiny that hurts in this game. It's weird.
Smash the worthless thing!
Oh boy, I heard something. I don't like this. Fuck?
A bunch of meteor fragments are headed your way. Try to stay mobile and, you know, try not to die.
I'm gonna die. I forgot how this thing works. Is there something below me?
We got enough
Slash,
ammo
slash.
for all this, right? Nah, I don't care.
Oh boy, okay. I hate it here. Whatever. Okay, go get
You
that.
dig, I'll catch.
Oh, there's a sniper around.
I don't think I can ever go back to disassembling mining. This is my life now.
Just gonna wait here for a little bit.
Fuck!
Cargo pack nearby? I think one is down there.
My feet! My poor feet!
Fuck!
Right over here, Molly. Come on. Ow, 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 ow.
Team, there's a swarm incoming. You better start running. Wait, why are you biting your tails? You're gonna fight it, aren't you?
You smell something cooking?
Wait, where's the thing that I just put?
Love you when you're there. I hate you when you get in the way.
There it is.
The swarm's right on top of you.
Oh god, why?
Gassing them out. Oh, just face it already. You can't scare a global. Well, you're just not scary at all. All right. New coordinates downloaded to the terrain scanner. Breathe easy, you freaks! Okay, I got the loot bug. Let's get the minerals before I think about what I just did.
Oh.
Yeah! Steve! No!
I think you stick to that.
Yeah! There's the adrenaline!
Matera.
Maybe you guys should be exterminators instead of miners.
I regret going for Hazard 4, holy shit.
Oh yeah, give the little guy some sugar. Ow. Oh yeah! Yeah, keep coming at me! I'm sure it will work. What have you done to me, Deep Rock? I'm already in need for another beer. You've made me addicted!
Oh, it's Steve. Oh, I can't get Steve good.
Oh yeah!
We evolved to 3D? I mean, that was 3D. This one is just like first person. And way harder to play.
Time to get mining.
Wait, is my controller gyro aiming? No, it's not. I mean, that's the one that I found.
I feel rejuvenated.
Okay, I only have one battery. I'm hearing two of them, but I don't see them. Okay,
Listen to those minerals go.
I should get the one that I know first. I'm just confusing myself at this point. Oh. Don't.
That had to hurt.
That's how you kill Victorian, right?
Die, worthless crystal!
No, it's to my right. It's this area. Oh, walao. Okay. How the hell am I supposed to get that one? You get that?
Hey, Bosco, can you dig it?
Damn. Bosco is great. Thank you. Whoa. What did I get? Oh, builder's choice. Oh, actual DRG? I know, right? Finally. Honestly, playing Survivor makes me want to play this more.
Hold on to your tails. There's a swarming coming.
Those legs of yours, Molly.
Fuck, really? I just went through Okay,
Resupply on its way.
it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
Okay, I'll send another resupply, but you owe me.
I don't think I'll ever get bored of exploring these tunnels. All right, the resupply's here. Everybody go get ammunition and sugar.
Get one,
Ammo taken.
get one,
Just what I needed.
one,
It's
two.
your old friend, deadly neurotoxin.
And
Never
then
get
eat
tired
shit.
of blowing stuff up.
Breathe gas, stupids. Can't do shit about it when I just freeze you over here, huh? Oh, you don't get freeze that much, okay.
Passing the gas. That was an oppressor? Consider me on it. We're tired of this.
Oh, wait, that's gas.
Keep fighting, team. You're almost through the wave.
That hit the spot.
Oh, wait, that's
I
Steve,
knew
Steve.
reincarnation was not exclusive to kobolds. Welcome back, Steve.
I couldn't aim. Ow.
Bosco, you're my hero. Feeling much better now. Okay, taking ammunition.
Wow, that was fucking intense.
Oh, yeah. Feeling much better now.
Okay, we'll do more. Oh, not enough. Okay, everything looks healthy. Sadly, the Kobo mod is discontinued, by the way. The creator lost the spark to make it. Fuck, why do I feel like I have a feeling that they lost the spark to do it? Like they grew tired of it. Unfortunate, but you know what? It's still great that we have it. Eventually, it's just gonna like become obsolete. Then, yeah, it's very sad, but it is what it is.
Just what I need. It burns! It burns!
I guess we can still enjoy it while it's still not obsolete.
Can you carry that for me, please? And depositing minerals.
Like, then again, making mods itself is already hard. And then you have the thing where mods are supposed to be free. The only way they get support is through like direct donations towards the creator, and that is difficult. That is really hard. Not a lot of people want to donate directly. I get that, right? So maybe that's part of why as well, but I couldn't say much since it is their decisions and I cannot say much about it too.
Why not? I can't use this for anything. And a little closer to our quota.
Oh, my guy's just right above me. I don't even know.
Check out this move.
No, for what I got, they just kind of got tired of the project. DRG isn't getting as much updates and doing a lot of work for small batches is daunting. Plus all the armor slash head while resizing. It's all the yeah, it's all the little work and then
Smash and shatter.
it's just tough. It's just
Why not? I can't use this for anything.
I totally understand. Fucking bonk. We love the bonk, isn't it? How do you read that name? Kopadnik Vatnik. Rock and Stone. Rock and Stone, hi. We love rockin' and stonin'. That sounds kinda wrong, but hey. Hope you're doing good, welcome in. Been a long heckin' time since I last played this game. No idea what I'm doing.
It always gets me whenever I see you define the laws of physics, Molly.
Kopatich. I just feel I'm butchering the language. Do you ever know what you're doing? No, I don't. Ever. Why would I want to know what I'm doing when I could just become no brain?
Inbound. Oh god, there's so many legs.
Am I right or am I right?
The swarmers are here.
Ooh. it's Russian. There's literally no sound in any other language for the particular letter that's in the name. Oh. Like TYCH?
I live for this!
Hey, it looks like you got through it, team.
Hey, I'm full. Where's Molly?
God, I love the sound of Morkai.
I've lost track of how many times your butt has ended up in my face, Molly. And not in a good way.
It's BL. More of the Y part. It's like the Y, but hard. I don't know how to explain it. Oh. Languages are weird, man. Gosh. I mean, I thought Chinese is weird and fucking weird.
Morganite quota met. That's some first-class mining. Come home and we got some cold ones ready for you.
I need some nut. I don't have enough nut. Because you can't explain it. It's like the sound we got hit in the stomach. You go ooh. And I'm so confused. I mean, I thought ooh and ee is already weird, and then you have like the sound that you literally cannot explain. Holy shit.
Can you help me dig this out?
Oh, why is everything so high up? Wait, you just sent the letter? You? Like you with double dot on top? That's the word? It's Chinese though. Oh god. What have I done? Hey Bosco, mind that, mind that.
Show me how you mine, Bosco. One down, two down. Come on, I can do this. I love the sound of that.
I'm lazy. Oh. Ow. Why are you throwing a temper tantrum?
If that's your idea of being oppressive, Glyphid, well, that's just downright depressing.
It's easier for you to learn Russian than true. Don't do that, no. Yep, do that. Shit language. Minus 100 out of 10. Would never recommend. Okay.
Secondary objective complete. Make it home to collect your bonus. Wait, if they don't make it home, do I get their bonus?
I want that. I know I already made the quota, but I want that. Just do the yip, but of course, it's my language. Or it's the language of the kobolds. Why not? Ooh.
Combat positions. The swarm is here.
Gosh, but I'm not ready though.
Passing gas! Come on, I had to.
You like gas?
Infested planet! Well, guess what? I am danger!
You like stinky gas? Asshead, one more.
Sorry to pass gas! That's all the grenades I've got! Steve! No!
Shit, try jaw. Okay.
Stay by my side, Steve!
You're almost through the wave, team. Go, go.
Oh, oops, that's my Steve. I mean, I already did everything, right?
Die! Taste my might! Resupply ordered!
I'm gonna call this resupply Anubis the Fourth, because it's probably gonna send someone to the afterlife, and don't ask about the first three.
Resupply pod is here. Everybody collect ammunition. A little bit for me, and a little bit for my friend here. Crunchy.
The universal spaces for language should be yip. we can both speak on that language, but language seems so... English seems so beautiful somehow. English? Kinda. A little bit. Maybe. I don't know.
Okay, collecting ammunition.
Nothing beats yip.
We're sending in the drop pod and starting the countdown, so you better be on it or we're leaving without you.
Oh yeah, I forgot about this. This shit is dangerous. I should go first. Before that, I want to play.
Time to make a
The
crate.
drop pod has arrived. The money's been called back. I mean, mule.
Come
The
on,
amount is 5 minutes, team. Better get a move on.
Right, here we go.
Highly flammable gas. Yeah, I'm not kidding. Be careful. Yikes! We're running out of time. Come on. Deadly neurotoxin. Loading up for more destruction. Just when I thought things were getting boring. Sit comfortably while I warm up the neurotoxin emitters.
I sell propane and
4 minutes until launch.
Say it with a straight face. Passing gas. Out of grenades. Come on, I had to. Hey, last call to the drop pod owes me lunch.
This shit is dangerous.
Hopefully you get on before we leave.
Whoa.
I believe in RNG.
Hi. Oh, it's an oppressor. It's an oppressor. Ow, I'm going in. Bye bye.
Accomplished. We're bringing you home.
Oh my god! They killed Steve! You bastards!
Hey, I did Hazard 4 first try. No diff. No diff. Drill the gas passer. And passing gas is nice. Well, it's not The grenade is nice. I like the damage over time.
Excellent work. We think you're ready to handle the Colette wave cooker. Now, Deep Rock wants to remind you that these weapons are only meant to be used as weapons, and, not in the kitchen. We had an incident with a flamethrower recently, and they don't want it to happen again.
But the weapon is a cooker name in it. How can I use in the kitchen?
Milestone achieved.
Who has the cooker? Wait, who has the cooker? Is it Scout?
I'm every action hero incarnate, and I shall prove it.
No, I don't. I never play Scout.
Fueled up and ready to go.
Gunner?
I represent the reason why you should fear the little guy.
No, not Gunner. Engineer? I thought I unlocked everything about engineer.
My pancake platforms can hold our weights easily.
Pancake or cheese? Who has the cooker? Where's the gun?
Nothing stands in the way of these two babies.
No one has the cooker. The cooker is a myth. Okay, fine. Whatever. It's got one love. Anniversary bonus. That's a lot of things. One party hat. Cosmetic infused metric core. Overclock infused metric core. 20 brewing materials. Sure. That's just good. Oh.
You know, I've never really understood the true meaning of cuteness. Maybe one of the doors will explain it to me one day. Instead of kicking decorations, why don't we celebrate the cube with a round of beers? On you, of course. Do a barrel roll.
Increase pickaxe damage? Oh wait, I don't have... Yeah, I'm not getting that. I don't have enough barley bulb. Eh. Why not?
Come on, hurry up! I'm thirsty! Ah, well deserved. We love you, Lloyd.
Oh. Oh, why is it green? I hope I don't die from this.
Yeah! Get away!
Oh no. I mean, I know about passing gas, but that's just something else.
Is there something in your internship contract about kicking barrels? I know the decorations aren't cubes, but this is the best we could do on short notice.
Liquid more cave complexity 3-star. This is bad. I think I'm gonna do this on maybe hazard 3. Nah, I'm not pussy. Let's do hazard 4. I'm gonna die.
Oops, I started the drop pod sequence. I guess you better get on board.
Ooh.
Decorations aren't toys. Who even plays on cubeness? Oh wait, unless that's what's supposed to happen. In which case, keep going.
Hello, script.
Am I gonna play this mission drunk? Let me try the flame. Nah, I don't want the flamethrower.
Rolling for dim sims. Wisdom.
Oh, bye-bye. If I have to play this mission drunk, I don't know how I feel about that. I really don't.
Gold for the bolt. There's only gold for the bolt, and we're bold. Time to have some fun.
Well, shit, I'm still drunk. Okay.
So you're going in for a refining mission today. We're sending you in with a big pumping station. You'll have to find 3 liquid morkite wells and call in pump jacks to drain them dry. With that morkite, we'll be able to make some more booze. I'll be honest, team. We didn't get much of a budget for this mission, so hopefully the equipment works.
Taste my might. Never felt
What?
that.
Whoa!
That had to hurt.
Forgot this explodies here. Well. Yeah. That was fast. cannot stay in one place for too long, huh?
You're always there when I need you, Bosco. Sending you coordinates. Now give us the pump jack.
Pump jack inbound. Hopefully I can hit it while drunk.
Nothing like the sounds of the acquisition of material wealth. There we go. Time to hook it up to the refinery.
Forgot about that. There's cave leeches.
I feel fresh out of the egg.
Fuck!
I sell propane and
I couldn't say it with a straight face.
I can't believe I'm still drunk after so long. How long does this effect last? Okay, this one is down there. Can still go up. Straight up.
Hey, Bosco, can you dig it? Who's up top of the food chain now, buds? Well located. Send us the pump jack, please.
Pump jack requested and inbound.
Time to get mining. Okay, now we gotta connect it to the refinery.
Oh yeah, I'm a driller. Okay, this quest shouldn't be too hard then. I could just dig a straight line to the on-site refinery.
Better sharpen those pickaxes. There's a swarm incoming.
If only I had a flare. I don't got room for any more.
Looks like these bugs really want some cobalt tail. Better make them eat your bullets instead.
You dig, I'll catch. And another one bites the bullet. Fuck!
Oh, I wanted that. Oh god. I mean, they did say the cave complexity is like 3-star, right? Shit.
Crunchy. I can't hold any more of this. Yep, that's about all I can carry. Yeah, bag's full. Can't carry anymore. No more.
I don't think I want to do this. I mean, I'm already dying. I don't think doing this is a good idea.
What's that? Hey, Bosco, can you go look?
There's no way I can get that one. Man, I always thought doing Liquid Morkite solo is tough. Guess I was right. At least one that's very close. One there, one there. Hmm? Oh, there's nowhere else I can go here. Okay, okay, okay.
I feel fresh out of the egg.
Oh. Wait, wait.
Wouldn't hurt someone with these eyes.
I got the wrong Steve. Give me a second. Not Alex. Hi. We're still playing Killer Instinct. It's been a long time since I last played Killer Instinct. TVX Arbitrage. Hi. Well, come in. How are you doing? Oh, Fortnite. Right. Fair enough. How was Fortnite? Did you get any wins? It's a game I never played before. How was it? Also, welcome in, Raiders. I'm Tylra. I'm a kobold. Play a bunch of games. I love fighting games, and I do art. Okay, I do art very rarely. Someday I'm gonna do art again. Most likely tomorrow. Many dubs. Arbitrage wanted to raid you. Oh, thank you. Hey, I appreciate that a lot. I don't know what I'm doing currently, but hey.
You're my friend now. We're gonna have soft tacos later.
We have a pet Spooder. And I'm doing Liquid Morkai solo. I don't know why, but hey.
Swarm detected. I guess kobolds really do smell as much as dwarves.
It should be fine.
Resupply ordered.
It's been a long time since I last played this game.
Oh wait, it's just a panda named Dharma. The swarm's right on top of you.
God, I cannot shoot something like that. It's tough.
Resupplies here. Everybody load up and patch up. Sorry to pass gas.
Oh wait, that's my Steve. Oh wait, I cannot believe I forget one more thing. Look, really, thanks again for the raid. Appreciate it. Alright. If you need any post-stream care and everything, of course, do take care of yourself. Alright.
Steve! No!
God damn. Alright, there we go.
Passing the gas! That was my last grenade! Down you go!
The last of the wave is approaching you now. Finish them.
Wait, I don't get anything to deposit. What am I doing?
Okay, taking ammunition. I feel rejuvenated.
Hey, we found 2 pump jacks. We just need one more. One more, huh? It's definitely not there. I've been there multiple times and there's nowhere else to go. I hope it's not there.
arrived. Now to hook it up to the refinery. Bag's full. Can't carry anymore. That's all I can fit in my bag. Oh, crap. Can't carry anymore. All right. New coordinates downloaded to the terrain scanner.
You press it too. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead.
Natural selection, sled.
Did I just step on the trap or something? Did I just hit the trap or something? There's suddenly 50,000 bucks on my ass. What the fuck? Oh no, I actually cannot move.
You're my hero.
Oh wow, I thought that might have been a trap or some shit. Oh, okay. Oh, there was earthquake. No wonder. There was earthquake and suddenly 20,000 bucks were on my ass. Can't believe it. Hi, Brecky. Thanks for the pets and boops. How are you doing?
Another new year and another cargo pilot losing the cargo all over the planet. It's just unbelievable, really. Performance bonus activated.
Okay, collecting ammunition. Just what I needed.
Okay, good enough. Now we just need to build fucking roller coasters. That shit is way up there. Okay, let's try to do the furthest one first. I'll see what I can do from here. I think it's possible. I'm doing very rare today. Nice. That is very good to know. I'm also kind of excited too because I get to play badminton tonight. It has been like, ooh, I think months. Why am I not surprised? Fuck. Okay, just stay here, just stay here.
The swarmers are engaging. I hope you have enough boots to squish them all.
Okay, I cannot revive anymore.
Yeah! Set him up, knock him down! And I'm getting paid for this shit! This is a lie!
Oh, it's swarmers. Okay, I am really good with swarmers. Come on. Hey, I'm a driller after all. Come on.
Remember, one bullet each! Unless they want more, then by all means, give them more! It's your old friend, Deadly Neurotoxin! I love blowing shit up! Never felt better.
Oh god, why is there so many loot bugs there? It's making me want to kill them. Okay, I can order another resupply. I'm not gonna kill them. I'm just gonna put one here.
Resupply on its way!
I'm pretty sure our intern Iggy made up the sparrow for you.
Resupply pod is here! Everybody collect ammunition!
That's valid? Okay. I'm not even gonna question it.
Fuck! Question is, are we going for efficiency or are we going for chaos?
Chaos. Yeah, it's possible. I just need to... Shit, how do I make this?
There we go.
I don't even question it. I don't even know what I'm doing anymore.
My vision is coming together.
What is this? What is this thing that cannot be broken?
My place.
I guess I just need to dig up. on, I'm almost done with one though. Fuck. Hazard 4 is rough when I'm doing the quick mode kite.
Construction underway.
They're here. Well, it was nice knowing you, you adorable little lizards.
One right there.
Okay.
Gassing them out. Easily the best job ever.
Oh wow.
You couldn't have been an even more better and easier target to hit. But you're more than welcome to surprise us. In the next line.
The hostiles are backing down. You think they're planning to regroup and come back for us?
Steve?
My love for you never died, Steve. Yeah, you're a badass. Walk!
Right, I think we're good. More space here. Oh my god.
Check it out, Hoxus! Your caves are now our playground! I'm absolutely loving how things work down here. Hey, Bosco, help me out with the building, please. It burns! It hurts!
Yeah, I think the loot box is getting destroyed by this volcano. I mean, I'm not even gonna complain. I didn't kill the loot box, but I got free stuff.
And depositing minerals.
Okay, this one. Oh.
I've missed you too, Hoxies! Okay, I got the loot bug. Let's get the minerals before I think about what I just did.
I didn't kill the loot bug.
What did I eat?
Good job. The first pipeline is established. Now PRG does not cover damage to third-party products such as pipelines. From Space Dollar.
Well, I just saw it happen.
Go.
Swarm incoming! Better dip, dive, duck, dodge!
Shit,
Segment
damn.
in place. A little bit of early building wouldn't hurt. Just saying.
Whatever, fucking.
The swarm's here! Time to beat Kobold!
And that's that one down.
Oh, wait. You know what? That was unintentional, but. Oh my god.
Highly flammable gas. Yeah, I'm not kidding. Be careful.
Ooh. Yeah, this is what I get. Oh, it's Warden, no wonder. Yeah, yeah. I knew I was dead anyway because that place is really bad. But hey, it's hands at 4. Fuck, liquid more kind of so hard.
Damn it! We were so close. We were close, right? So this shit right here is what's eating Hoxus alive.
Please, stop taunting the parasites!
Ugh, this is giving me Bubbling Pox pandemic flashbacks. Locked in tight and threw away the keys.
Is it still gonna be liquid Mokai? Yeah, oh my god, oh my god. Alright, okay. I'm gonna try one more Hazard 4. Why not? It's fucking why not? To be honest, I got lucky just now.
Mission selected. And don't worry, team, I worked on the spot personally, so I'm sure nothing will go wrong.
Like, the pump check was in good position, but fuck. EP not enough? Nah, it's okay. I mean, if you're EP, sleeping sounds good. Oh. Is this good? I can try it. Of burning a freezing Targets with a chance of triggering a temperature shock that spreads a mist of extreme heat or cold. Exposure to the microwave causes the liquid within biological targets to expand, giving them a chance to explode. Transmitter that enables Ray to destroy poison and corroded cells and hit target. Increasing damage output with a chance to spread poisonous vapor to nearby enemies. Contagion transmitter. I'm buying this one. Because why not? I mean, it's the only one I can buy, so... Oh, I don't have enough bear. The deal? Buy this, pay this? Sure.
Suckers!
It's a little expensive.
Goodbye, credits.
Push reload to activate the white lens add-on, which curves the microphone, but the power required to use it takes the toll in the cooler. Heat per shot, push reload to deactivate it. It's gonna overheat quickly?
Now that's shinies well spent. Well, this mod better be worth it. Ah, who am I kidding? Of course it's gonna be!
Slow down temperature. New hybrid circuit makes microwave compensate for sudden changes in temperature. Heat or cool burning of frozen target further to radiate some of the temperature to surrounding enemies. Sure.
Yes!
I'm gonna try out this one.
Fantastic mod! Why can't I stop doing this?
Gonna put all your beans in pen and snuggle? Hell yeah. Hey, I'll take it. Alright, let's hope I don't do a stupid again.
4 golden scales! Yeah! Cobalt making a foothold! That's how it's done! Charge! Snake eyes!
I already hate it here. What the fuck is this?
Come on! I'm still here!
Hey, you roughnecks. It's time to do some refining. We found several deposits of liquid barkite in the area. We're sending you in a pump station, and you'll just have to call in pump jacks to drain them dry. All the equipment is sponsored today by a space dollar. Low-quality equipment on a low-quality budget. Don't worry, guys. I've been assured that nothing will break.
You dig, I'll catch.
We got to play some of this shit in this run.
Time to get mining.
Why is this place like this? There's 2 chunks, holy shit.
Oh yeah! Time to put those claws to work, Bosco. All right, new coordinates downloaded to the terrain scanner. You bugs are nothing! You can't resist the cuteness! Hey, Bosco, can you dig it?
Fucking patience!
Man, this place is so big I don't even know where I am anymore.
Ooh, the swarm's weapons on an intercept course. Better get ready.
No more.
The wave's here. You can fight him if you want, but it's your funeral. Nowhere in the manual does say kobolds were this crazy.
Can you carry that for me, please?
I sell propane and
I couldn't say it with a straight face. I'm done. That's all? You're ridiculous. Yo, too hot, too hot. Sorry to pass gas.
Oh, this acid. Oh, I don't even know where the acid is.
Bosco, you're my hero.
The last of the wave is approaching you now. Finish them. A meteor's incoming. You better get them out of there.
Oh my god, Media's here. Oh. And then the earthquake. This game is trying to kill me hard. Oh
We
no.
got us a fresh one. Send down the rock crackers.
Cracking the surface with the incoming rock cracker to crack that meteor.
Yeah, bag's full. Can't carry anymore.
On-site refinery? That's very far away. Okay. It's fine, let's just make a room there first. I need to deposit and shit. Ooh. Oh, hey.
Sending coordinates to a Morkai well.
Jack incoming. Hey, you know what I just learned? Dwarven beer is really strong.
Oh, I get to go to the loot book.
Okay, now we gotta connect it to the refinery. Depositing minerals.
Okay, right, alright, okay. So there's liquid
Oh yeah.
Liquid
Give the little guy
Morkai?
some sugar.
media that I need to take care of. Constant swarms. Not enough nitra, but I'm already almost out of bullets. I
Gotta
might
love
have to
that
do a little bit
sound.
of a massacre. Alright, don't look.
Yeah, golden nitro. I overdid it. Look on the bright side of things, right?
Well, that hurt. Okay. Look, I'm just trying to get nitro, okay? I don't even have bullets anymore. And it doesn't help when on-site refinery is so far from everything else.
Damn it! I think I knocked something loose. Resupply on its way.
I'm sending the resupply, but I'm starting to think I should start charging credits instead of nitra.
Resupply's here. Everybody load up and patch up. Ammo taken. Just what I needed.
Okay, there was one pump jack that I found. Oh no. Oh, the purple light made me think it's Warden.
One down, two down. Come on, I can do this. Steve! You'll pay for that!
Can I get under Steve?
Team, there's a swarm incoming. You better start running. Wait, why are you wagging your tails? You're gonna fight it, aren't you? They're here. Well, it was nice knowing you, you adorable little lizards.
Oh fuck, it's such a bad place to fight.
I burnt it. Sit comfortably while I warm up the neurotoxin emitters.
Oh, two oppressors, thanks.
Passing gas! Come on, I had to.
Don't know why I did wrong to this game this run.
For the pack!
Wait, Steve.
Follow me, Steve. We're gonna kick some tail. Oh, come on, you creeps. Just give up already.
Man, I don't know which teams I'm enjoying more. The powerful dwarves or the maniacal kobolds?
You're out.
Hey, this is like the best gun. Okay, there's no need to aim, What?
Ow, bad idea.
What am I doing again? Alright, Grandpa is going to be it. Okay. Have a good sleep, Grandpa. Hopefully it's not that weird that I call you Grandpa. But I just think that word's kinda cute. Have good sleep. I'm just trying to struggle and not die here.
camera jacked in.
Everything looks good.
Yep.
You can start cracking that, thing open when you're ready.
Yep.
Fuck! Time to split this meteorite in half.
Cracking commencing. Stay alert. That
Okay.
noise is bound to attract some bugs.
Oh fuck. Alright, okay. Oh shit. Alright, protect. Oh god, okay. Oh, this is not looking good, but
Highly flammable gas.
it's fine. It's fine. Just need to maintain them. Where's the other one?
Your ammo count. I mean, if you can.
You know, the hammers need to be running for this to work, and I clearly see some that aren't. Hey, looks like we're back on hammer time.
Oh.
And we're only 50%.
God damn, it doesn't help when there's so many things around. Grenades.
I'm completely out.
Oh god, okay, that's not what I want to hear now.
75% completed. Almost there.
Gotcha.
Okay, now comes the hardest part.
Excellent work. You probably prevented
Oh.
an infection in this region. Now get those core samples to R&D.
Bring them back to fucking on-site refinery because there's no Molly. Oh, so is this thing. Alright, we're gonna do it all at once, alright? Fuck me, okay. Fine, it's fine. It's fine. Everything is fine. I think. Oh, oop. Okay, there's only 3 of them. Good. And bad as well.
Why does it have to be so contagious?
Oh, this is fun without Molly.
I don't want to be infected. Yeah, there's the adrenaline.
Oh, no. Wait, guys. Give me a second. I'm actually gonna go take a toilet break real quick. Real quick, I'll be right back. I'm gonna be one speedy bold, and yeah. Alright, I'll be right back real quick. Alright, real quick because I want to get this thing done, and my hand track is gone. My paw tracking is gone. It's okay. Give me a few minutes. I'll be right back. Man, the coffee is strong. I'm back. The coffee's really strong. Okay. I think the hand tracking, yeah. I think the hand tracking died because, well, sometimes when the PC cannot handle too many things and then the hand tracking just decides to shut itself off, it's like, nope, we're giving you resources because it seems like your PC is dying. It actually happened multiple times when when I try to play something that's like a little bit too intensive. Let me see if I can like restart the thing. Oh wait, it's not here anymore. What the hell? Whoa. Or maybe what if I do this? Give me a second. That's mine. That's mine too. Does it work? Oh, it's crude, but it works. My paw lifts. All right, all good. Okay, we can play the game again. All right, where were we? We're trying to transport all this shit.
Well, this sucks.
All right, okay. My God, I got lucky.
Steve, you're the best.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
Inside refinery. We're almost there.
If I start craving brains, just stick me onto some gnomes.
Bloody McTerras have caught your scent. Oh, I wonder if those are like bloody berries.
McTerras? McTerras? Oh fuck. Alright, okay. Just take this. Quick.
All right, loading back up.
I'm taking 2 of these.
Never felt better. Loading up for more destruction.
McTerras is incoming. It's a good thing kobolds have long tongues that can jump really high. Kobolds can't do that, right? Right?
Yeah, bring the noise.
Right. Okay, at least they're afraid of this. My God, the amount of loot bugs here makes me look at loot. Oh, sorry, loot bugs. Oh wait, that's Steve. I'm gonna get grabbed. Where is it? Fuck you. Don't touch the kobold.
I'm glad you guys are alive, but when it came to kobolds, my bets were on the bugs. Dang, that's a lot of lost credits.
Ow, bad idea.
Right, okay. Not too bad. Just a few more, I think. Okay, alright, I think that's everything. Let me just transport all this to the on-site refinery and we are good. Hopefully I didn't kill any loot bugs here. But holy hell, that's, that's a lot of loot bugs in one place. My cobalt instincts tell me to kill them to get loot. But my cobalt instinct tells me that don't kill them because they're adorable little things. But loot, no.
I don't think I'll ever get bored of exploring these tunnels.
That's all the plague hearts collected. R&D should have a field day with those.
Okay.
Good job, miners. You got that anniversary trophy. Performance bonus activated.
I don't need more nitro though. Don't look. Don't
It's
look.
your old friend, deadly neurotoxin.
Oh boy.
A part of my soul leaves me whenever I kill these
Okay.
things.
Oh my god. Hey, look at all these shinies. Oh my god. And where did all the loot bug go? Don't ask.
Yep, that's about all I can carry.
Nothing happened.
Ow, 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 ow! Ah, I love that sound.
Right, they just collect all of these.
That's full. Can't carry anymore.
Wow. Nitra and gold and Nitra. Definitely did not kill at least 15 loot bugs over there.
You know, I just remembered. Someone owes me lunch. Just gotta remember who it was.
Right, okay, let's go find pump jacks. I've been here long enough. I mean, there were so many things for you to take care of. Of course, I have to stay here for a little bit. But now to find the pump jacks. Hey, at least I didn't kill that one. I mean, I never killed any loot bug. What do you mean? Oh, this one here. I don't like that sound.
How about sending us a pump jack here? We got a well.
Jack inbound. Hopefully I can
Is that oppressor noises? It's not, right?
There we go. Time to hook it up to the refinery.
Oh, it's even worse. What the fuck? Why is there a bulk detonator here? Yeah, I am I am dead beyond belief.
Now it's personal.
I was like, I think I recognize that noise. Don't get too close. Oh no, why earthquake now?
I should have gotten the warranty for this thing.
Oh.
Feeling much better now.
Wait. Oh my god. It's giving me so much that I'm gonna I don't think I can survive this, but might as well keep trying.
Ready for round 2 in the oven? Yeah, that's overcooked.
What? my god, man. Jesus. Okay, that's fine. Wow. Goodbye, bitrate. I'm sure this is bitrate gun, right? Oh, fuck me, don't look at that. Shit. Well, that was stressful as fuck. Good thing there was no swarm. If there's swarm, I'm so dead. Now I get to focus fire on that single thing. My goodness. My mouth. Sometimes I need to shut up. Right, at least we found 2 pump jacks. 1 left, 1 right.
The swarm's right on top of you.
The on-site refinery has no turrets, right? Today? There's only turrets on the Aqua quest, I believe. Yeah, on the Aqua mission there's turrets, but not this one. Okay.
Passing the gas. Damn it! Need to wait for the flares to charge. Heads up!
Another one? Another one?
Gassing them out! Too hot! Too hot!
Wow, maybe you guys should be exterminators instead of miners.
Right, not too bad.
Okay, taking ammunition.
Thanks for the boop.
Yeah!
Hey, another one.
Resupply ordered.
Sending in a tactical shiny drop. Oh, wait. It's just
Tactical
supplies?
shiny drop?
Oh, I guess you'll have to find the shinies yourself.
Oh god. Right, okay.
Resupply pod is here. Everybody collect ammunition.
There we go.
Breathe easy, ya freaks!
Okay, done. Okay, where else have not been to? Up there, maybe? Yeah, it's empty. Okay. Well, that's empty. Shit. Alright, okay. Wait, which one's the whole that? Oh, this one. This one. Okay, we're almost there. Yeah, we're here.
Can someone find and burn that hive? I am sick of having my tail nibbled! Deadly neurotoxin! Oh yeah! Nope! Still not good enough! I burnt it.
Oh, it's down there. Wow, okay. Oi! My god, fuck me, this gets shit on me.
I should have gotten the warranty for this thing!
Can't take a damn break, can I? Oh my god, ow. E?
Breathe easy, ya freaks! Yeah, that's overcooked.
Oh god. I'm dead.
Yep, we got glyphid spawns. There's a nexus nearby. We gotta find it!
Oh god, don't do this. Yakey beaky. At least we found it. Ass hat. Hey, there's 3 pump jacks.
Sending you coordinates. Now give us the pump jack.
Pump jack requested and inbound. Oh, better brace yourselves. That's a big swarm incoming.
No. I thought just only 1.
Bullseye! Pump jack is now in place.
Okay, on-site refinery is there. 1, 2. Okay, not too bad. I think I can do this really quickly.
Swarm! They're here!
Let's stay here for now. A little dangerous, but fine.
Passing gas! Come on, I had to. Full impact! Passing the gas! Crap, that was the last one I've got!
Ice, ice, baby. Oh, hi again, Evie. Sorry, I couldn't really read chat a lot. Well, it's a downside when I'm playing Tylra Connecting. I can hardly focus on chat.
Yeah, we should probably send some dwarves in to clean it up. Oh, wait, they're still alive. Dang, almost a tougher than I thought.
Good enough. Alright, let's get to work. Fuck me, okay. This is not gonna be easy, but hey, that's why I'm a driller. I'm sorry, refinery, just a straight line. Nice and easy. Yeah, I thought it's gonna be easy.
wait this out. I can't hold any more of this.
Oh. Muffin! Oh my god, it's a dragon! Hi. Eat the dragon. Hello, hello. Hi Nexus, hi again. Hi Muffin. A dragon goes Ray? Gosh, Griffin is adorable. Hello, hello. What were you playing, Muffin? Played up? Oh! Isn't Played Up sort of like Overcooked? How was it? Did you have fun? Did you have lots of heckin' fun? Hey. Thanks again for the raid, Muffin. May have accidentally raided an ad. Oh. Shit. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, it is. Ad break ends in 5 seconds, it says. Weird. It's okay, I can wait. No problem. I do hope you're doing good. Thanks again for the raid. Also, welcome in raiders. I'm Tylra. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love finding games. I love to punch things and I do art very rarely. Someday. Someday I'll start doing art again. I did say that I want to do art today, but maybe not, just because the past 2 days has been kind of stressful. That's why I'm playing Deep Rock Galactic today. Welcome, welcome. I hope you had fun with Played Up. Thanks again for the raid. Hope you are well too. Good to know you're doing good. I'm doing pretty good. I'm more or less recovered. Not much cough now. Just a little bit left. Oh, so many pets and moops. Oh my god. Thank you, Muffin. And Cobalt Yips and Waves. Hi, Rena Drake. Welcome, Yip. The cutest cowboy is like, wow! And the merp is cute as well. Hello. Attaches Tylra. Hey. Hey. It's 2 kobolds now. Oh my god. Hello. Hi, merp. Ow. I hope we are doing good. All the beans. Yeah. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Watch me suffer because.
Crap. Can't carry anymore.
Good god, this mission is bullying me so hard.
Yep.
Yip, yip, yip. Hey, Bosco is smiling there. Yippee. Yip, 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 yip. Yippee.
Yip, yip.
Kobo. I didn't mind that gold. It's close enough. Yip, yip. Haven't seen none. Yeah, haven't seen none stream in a bit. Maybe I'm missing. Maybe I'm missing her streaming, but I don't know.
Yep.
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 Bean density is increasing. Yep. We love bean density. This is what happens when you hug all the beans together nice and tight. I know, right? It's perfect. Yep. Alright, we have gold. We have a bunch of nitra. Ooh, something shiny there. Drop up.
Show me how you mine, Bosco.
In peril, keep.
It's fine.
And output is supposed to be that one, right? Yeah. I think. Is it working now? I hope so. I mean, I sort of fixed it. There. And oh, there it is. We got the yip. We got the yip. Nan's been streaming a bit less this week and last. I think she was planning to do one yesterday, but I don't think she did. It's okay. I do kind of miss her streaming though. They're comfy. What am I doing again? Right, on site refinery. Straight line here. 45 degrees down here. Right, then it's a straight line. Good. I need
A
one.
little bit for me, and a little bit for my friend here.
I like watching Nun before you go live. Nun is very comfy. Yip. Yip.
Yip, yip. She was playing games with Smokey, but not streaming herself. That's fair.
This is our lives. We live it and we love it.
Oh, wow.
Keep your appendages to yourselves.
Any more?
Resupply ordered.
Bullets and red sugar are on the way.
This is fine. Was it? Which one was it again? This only does
All right, now
54.
presents here. Everybody go get what you need. This is gonna be the best ride ever. I mean, I'm totally setting this up for efficiency.
I think it's that one. I remember me and Nan making like a big roller coaster in the Liquid Morkite quest. I think I clipped that one. It was fun. Inventory too steep. There was like 1 pixel. 1 pixel. I get to like destroy this one. Boop. There we go.
My vision is coming together. Show me how you mine, Bosco.
Oh, there's one there. Okay, since I was very close, we do that last. Stop for first before we get the easy ones.
Segment in place. A little bit of early building.
She likes her roller coasters. They're fun. I know, right?
Glad I'm not you guys.
Oh, I was thinking for that one.
Right there.
Vitae Tea S'mores. Hi. I recognize that name.
Looks like these folks really want some cobalt tail. Better make them eat your bullets instead.
There we go.
Go back. Oh god. Oh. There we go. Where did the swarm go? I mean, I'm not gonna complain. Good morning. We're doing good. Here they come. One.
It's your old friend, Deadly Neurotoxin. toxic! My ears are still ringing! I'm feeling dead for years!
Ready for round 2 in the oven?
There we go.
You know me, Steve.
Okay.
The wave is almost over.
Hell yeah. Ooh. Okay, what is time? Let's do this quick. Oh, no grind, no grind. Blocked. Got it.
Like building my own theme park on Oxus.
The dangerous theme park ever! Never thought I'd be pulling tricks like this on the job! Yet here I am!
Also, welcome. Hope you're doing good, Vitae. Oh. Oh, I cannot do a full roller coaster experience. Right,
Hey,
build this.
Bosco, can you help me out with the building part of this?
I'm gonna connect. This one there. Should be able to dig like a straight line there. It's not too far. But I'd rather have a straight line. My roller coasters though. Yeah, 2 of them is very close actually. Wow. I'm doing well now. Can you call me Vitae or S'mores if that's easier? I'll call you Vitae. Hope you're doing okay. I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good.
And that's that one down?
Well done. Pipeline successfully established. Now we just have to hope it holds together.
Oh, there's no build up. I need something that can like go up and down. Let me see what I can do with this. Okay.
Question is, are we going for efficiency or are we going for chaos?
Chaos. Oh, it's too steep. Oh wait. Hey, it's never too steep if it works. And then we do a U-turn. And then do it but it's too long. Gonna keep the momentum. I'm busy.
No! Steve! It was never meant to be you!
Why you like this game? Just trying to have fun. And then you're throwing a temper tantrum.
Taste my might!
Oh, acid spitter.
Yep, I overdid it.
Come on, just trying to make a roller coaster, jeez. Alright, thanks.
Okay, collecting ammunition.
Oh, so yeah, I'm doing
Just
pretty
what I
good.
need.
I think I answered that, but I don't remember. Oh wait, above this is uneven terrain. I'm mean, you can always go for more U-turn. But I don't think I can turn here. It's still like a basic... Then maybe like a ring around here. They just overlapped. Putting above is always not a good idea.
Looking good so far?
Object is just there. We do this, and then we clear this up a little bit. More U-turns, we love those. At least I love those. Gosh, it's been a while. I love roller coasters. I always wanted to go for a roller coaster in real life, but man, there's no theme park around here. I hate it. And then the speed. The speed. The speed here, and then we do like a tight turn.
Man, that blimp's bigger than your mother. Swarm incoming.
All those times pulling tricks on a skateboard back at home.
Get around.
Finally paid off.
And then one more U-turn. Then we're gonna ring around this. Nah, that's too dangerous. Is anything ever too dangerous though?
Swarm is here.
Fuck. Alright, okay, wait.
Yeah, I overdid it.
Gassing them out.
One behind.
I burnt it.
Bunch of bullies. I'm just trying to make my own roller coaster. On the Hazard 4? But of course, on the Hazard 4.
I sell propane and
I couldn't say it with a straight face.
Fighting team, you're almost through the wave.
That's a big hit. Right, now we can continue. Hey, the volcano is gone. Oh god. And then go up. Then a little speed up here. Go
One
up
right there.
and then go uneven terrain better. There we go. Here and then we go straight to the heckin' pump jack. Not until we do like 10 more U-turns.
There we go. It's all coming together.
Told you I love my U-turns.
Right place.
I hope this works. Did it overlap? No? Nice.
Hey, I bet you I can do a kickflip. Don't mind if I make it a little bit elaborate. Come on, it's just for fun.
Oh, wait, that's the wrong one. Nah, I cannot do that. Go here. And then straight to the pump jack.
Underway.
This is gonna take 10 years to build. Ooh. Ooh, I'm getting dizzy.
Someone get the camera.
And then the speed. Oh yeah, the speed turn. More speed going up. And then speed, turn, speed. Ooh. And then the spin. Ah, look at that. Good shit. Now build that shit.
Right over there.
No, wait, build this, build
Can
this.
you give me a hand building this, please, Bosco? Thank you.
Alright, the next time I'm just gonna like... just a straight line to the bump jack. Because I'm almost out of resupplies. Oh, actually, no, I have more. Okay, that one. Oh no, the starting line is here, shit. I didn't realize the starting line is here.
You right here.
Is it so? Good luck building it, Bosco.
Music to my ears.
Oh yeah, I forgot I have this. Okay, so that's a roller coaster. Just don't mess with the roller coaster. The rest is fine. I think I should just dig a straight line. Don't cry. Uneven terrain. Fuck.
Better sharpen those pickaxes. There's a swarm incoming.
What is this purple thing? Oh, it's a swarm hive and the bitrate destroyer. Do you guys know what that is? The best music in the game. Let's go.
The swarm's here. Time to be kobold.
I need a grenade.
All
I
right,
forgot.
loading back up.
Give me some time. Okay, let's go fight.
Better.
Not here though. This is too uneven. Here seems good enough.
Sorry to pass gas.
God, the best music in the game. Let's go.
No, what do I do? Oh, I know. Shoot it.
Of course, there's gonna be an earthquake now.
Oh, yeah. Just try to stop me.
This is fine.
Hey, are you guys still alive? Well, I guess I'm hearing high-pitched laughter, so I'll probably take that as a maybe.
We good? There's no more nitro. At least the roller coaster is done. Go back. This is gonna make me feel dizzy. Nice. Okay, let me finish this one real quick, then maybe ride a few more times, because why not? It's over there.
This is gonna be the best ride ever. I mean, I'm totally setting this up for efficiency. Hammers and nails, Bosco. Come on, let's go.
Thank you, Bosco. Oh, I'm gonna have some fun. How long is this? 1 hour. This mission took 1 hour.
Woo!
Oh. There we go. Alright, let's try again.
Yeah! Lights out! Guerrilla radio!
Ooh. Oh, what? That didn't happen before. Ah, shit. Oh, shit. No, roller coaster ruined. I didn't check. Shit. At least the end part was working. The end part is working at least. Look at the amount of green lights, it's insane. You know what's gonna happen when I'm trying to pump the liquid morkite? This shit is not gonna be fun.
Here, looks like everything's green. I guess you can start the pumping sequence and we'll see what happens. Hopefully nothing will explode.
Alright, going back.
I mean, they are space dollar pipes, right?
Going back.
See you on the other side!
The spin, or the spin, and then the speed up. Another speed up goes up. See, this one didn't do it. I guess this is the only one-way roller coaster, huh? Alright, let's do it. Just do it. Might as well anyway.
The liquid morkite is being extracted. You're making a ton of noise and destroying the environment. Just like any good goblin would. I mean dwarf. Any good dwarf. Incoming enemies. The pumps are going as fast as they can. These pipes are just so flimsy.
Ammo taken.
Need this.
I feel rejuvenated. Sit comfortably while I warm up the neurotoxin. I call that a happy customer.
Liquid morkite is at 25%. Man, doing pretty good for how cheaply made this equipment is.
We love neurotoxin and cryo spray. It's a good combo, what can I say?
Oh no, there seems to be a problem with the pipelines again. I guess you'll just have to fix it for free.
Oh, the roller coaster is broken? Oh, I'm not surprised. Well, I have to write this one. Oh, woe is me, I have to write this and find. Definitely not having fun at all, because I need to find where the leak is. Oh, we found the leak. Hey, bad. Don't do that. Thank you.
You're not munching on this tail.
You got the liquid morkite flowing again.
Yeah.
I wonder what they'll brew with this batch.
You got swarmed by. I'm skating. I'm a skaterboard. She was a skaterboard. Bye bye. And we reached destination on-site refinery. Oh shit. Oh, you did. Okay. One.
Highly flammable gas. Yeah, I'm not kidding. Be careful.
Try John.
Is that all? I can smack you with my tail if I wanted to. Die! Feeling much better now.
The expansion has stopped. Can you go over there and like kick it or something?
Okay, Steve. Oh, okay. Oh, the roller coaster broke again? Oh, why am I not surprised? dude, oh shit. Wow, that hurt. I saw a purple thing. Shit, but it's too far. We love fixing our roller coasters. Gonna keep them on tip-top shape, right? Purple. And it's good.
Man, you fixed that pipeline quick. But there's still a couple more to do.
Where did the purple one go? Nice. That sounds like a dead bug.
The pipelines are operational again. Man, you're making this cheap investment worth it. Pump sequence at 75%. If you can keep them running just a little while longer, then we'll make big bucks on this mission. All the noise is attracting the local bugs. Keep in mind, these pipes are cheap. The bugs can probably tear right through.
Okay, collecting ammunition.
I sell propane and
I couldn't say it with a straight face. Is that all you got?
I think the strategy is super good though. Albeit I cannot see much when this is happening, but it sure helps.
I feel fresh out of the egg. That had to hurt.
Yay, yay. Oh no! I think that's my last. Oh, yeah, that was my last. Okay. There's a bunch of ranged.
Passing gas. Out of grenades. Come on, I had to. Yo, too hot, too hot.
This is kind of bad.
I live for this. There's the adrenaline.
At least I can heal a little bit like that.
A little bit for me, and a little bit for my friend here. Crunchy.
Crunchy. One more.
Passing the gas.
Hey, can I Steve you? Are you Steve? You are Steve, but you're too far. fine. I think this strategy works, guys. I thought it's foolproof.
That's just embarrassing.
It's just these ranged motherfuckers is so hard to get. It's the first time I used the word motherfucker because I really hate them. Not only do they hurt, they mess with your vision. Oppressor? Shit, that was right. Don't. What? Wait, Steve. Steve! Don't resist!
Can't resist my cuteness.
Yes.
Sorry to pass gas. That was my last grenade. You picked up
Yes.
the wrong cobalt.
Shit, over here. Is it done? Okay, Chan, how long has it been done that I don't even know? How long? Oh, fuck me. I didn't know. Alright, okay. I'm just trying to get to the rocket thing, asshat.
Oh, this is so lame.
Alright, just push it. Oh, I'm gonna die. Why am I getting hit so much?
Give the little guy some sugar.
Oh, it's a floor. Why are there so many purple spooters? I mean, they look good, but man, do I hate them.
Well done. The cargo rocket's returning to orbit. We'll send the drop pod in as soon as we've checked it out.
And this thing. There we go.
Drop pod departing in 3 minutes.
Oh god.
Can we launch again? Oh, you have a union.
Who needs fast travel when you got this?
It's gonna get stuck for a little bit. Yikey. Go. Get stuck again. Go.
I'm the cutest badass lizard out there in the galaxy.
Goodbye. Riding this roller coaster one last time before I run away. Goodbye. As long as I don't mess up. Wee. Okay. Wait, I don't have much time, honestly. Just go. Neurotoxin on my ass.
Highly flammable gas. Yeah, I'm not getting blowing shit up. I love the smell of gunpowder.
Wow, what is this drop pod placement? God.
Drop pod departing in T-minus 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's right, assheads. Okay, I regret my decisions and my deeds. I'm running away. Where the fuck did you all come from? Alright, going in. Fuck this. Goodbye!
Good work. Returning you to orbit.
Fuck. Holy shit. Wow, it only took 2 hours, huh? It only took 2 hours. The stupidest thing I ever done. 1 hour and 15 minutes mission time. Don't worry about it. Where's the bitter gem? Didn't I get the bitter gem? What does that even do? Hostiles killed by team, minerals wiped by team, 3 times like part, secondary objective. Shit, did I not do the secondary objective? Oops. Oh, bitter gem is money. Okay, so purple gem is money. That's good to know. That's good to know. I like gems. I like money. Money is very important. Ooh. I'm I'm the best bold that finished the heads or two with a hacking roller coaster.
Good job! You're making good progress on your assignment.
What's the time now? 5:43? Fuck, I need... I'm gonna need to go badminton, really. Shit. I didn't even check time. I just feel like I'm not ready to do art. I need to make the first step. Okay, how about this? Sorry. Something want to stretch. Anyway, I was thinking about... God, I want to play more games. Fuck. I cannot keep pushing this too much. Okay, here's a hard promise. Monday, alright? This Monday, sorry, next Monday. Okay, no matter what happens, this week's month, what, next week, next Monday, next Monday is actually next Monday. I will 200% do art. No exceptions. I need to make something like, I need to do something like this, or else I just don't want to start, and it's pretty bad, right? It's pretty bad. I don't want it. I want to do art. I really do. But it's always the first step. It's super difficult, right? So yeah, I'm Monday. So these few days, I'm just gonna play some more games because I'm gonna play games. I'm going to play games. I am not addicted. I am just... I don't think I'm addicted. I'm not. I'm not. Yeah, the dwarves gonna believe it. They just kicked the barrels on the launch pad. Whoa, they stack. Whoa. Oh. Sorry, I don't know why I'm having so much fun just by doing this. Look, maybe I'm a kobold that's very easily entertained.
Great time to celebrate with beer.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Just pretend that all the decorations are the cube, and then you wouldn't kick them, right?
I'm gonna eat them. You could just tell a kobold to pretend that they're a cube. I think cube is pretty delicious. I'm gonna eat them. Time is relative and it flies. Yeah. Goddamn. Yeah, you're right. Shit. Alright. But for now, I'm gonna stop here because I have badminton session tonight. And by golly, I'm finally doing some exercise because holy hell, for the past 2 months I've been so weak that I can't do anything. But at least now, finally I get to do something that's a little bit more extreme and I can keep my body in shape at least. Like, I went from... Oh fuck, I went from I went for 103 kilograms to 107. Yeah, I checked last night. I was 107 kilogram and I was not pleased. not the 103 kilogram is good, but man, I don't like seeing it go up because I don't want it to go up. Right? I'm already fat enough. Let's not say fat. I'm already chunky enough, and I don't want to get even more chunkier than this. So, hey, it's good that I'm finally doing badminton again. So, yep. Let me just click this one. I just love it when the sun is shining directly in my face, don't you think? At least I kind of like it. Sometimes. I don't like it when the sun is shining directly in my face and I'm playing a very dark game. That kind of hurt my eye. But when the sun is shining directly in my face and I'm playing Deep Rock Galactic, it's fine. We should listen to this one. Yeah. The good music. Why is my hand... Why is my hand just upside down? I don't like that. Oh my god, Ixon is still streaming! I never got a chance to raid Ixon. Oh, something probably happened to Ixon's stream. There's no way Ixon only streamed for 48 minutes. Oh my god, let's do the Draken! And okay, there we go. Oh, before that, I wanna open up my Twitter real quick. There's one thing I want to show you, and something I probably want to buy. But luckily enough, it doesn't cost that much, so I can definitely afford it. Definitely afford it. Okay, I cannot just show my Twitter because boy oh boy, it will get me banned or not. Hey, look, it's safe. Hey, my Twitter is actually pretty safe, look at that. I mean, you guys can look at it, but I'm not gonna show it. But there's always this kobold posting that I always love. Let me read this. The kobold of light and the kobold of darkness share a cave together and they live quite happily. But do not separate them or the very forces of the universe will be thrown into disarray. Just something so lovely about kobold posting. They post so many kobold stuff that I'm just like, yeah, I love kobold. Anyway, what was that again? Yeah, this, give me a second. Alright, let me find it real quick. I believe I did retweet it. There it is. This one, yeah, look at that. I'm blocking it. Oops. Nah. Is there a dragon posting? Not too sure. I saw the dragon in cave. Yeah, look at that. It's Fatalis. Oh my god, it's the cutest Fatalis ever. And I so want to buy it because holy shit, it's not that expensive. Let me check the price. Yeah, it's only like 2,900 yen. For one, there's like a bundle here. There's like a bundle. Yeah, there's also Crimson Fatalis and White Fatalis. And there's like a bundle here. Ooh, a nice Malzino figurine. Ooh, look, it's Meta. Ooh. 68k yen for... Oh my god. Yeah, the 3 of these, this is 200 something. I need this. Okay, let me see. Yen. So it's 271 ringgit. It's not that expensive. It honestly is not. It is not. I could. Like, I could afford it. Oh my god, I need it. I need it. I need it. I need it. Oh my god, look at the tail. No, show me the tail from the... Oh my god, that's a thick tail. What about shipping? Shit, I never checked though. Fuck. Well, I gotta try to like order it, I guess. Oh, let me check something before I end. I gotta be so stupid. Give me a second. Oh, they updated the website. Holy shit. Nah, they didn't. I got you baited. I thought they changed the main web page of the website. I thought they updated the website. No, once I press login, it's still the same. Everything is still the same. Still a laggy website. Fuck. Thick. Hi, Dinari. Hello. Beans. Shit. And how about this one? I'm checking things, but I cannot show you on stream. In the meantime, you guys can look at this. Oh my god, it's so adorable. I'm gonna cry. Look at white Fatalis. Oh my god. God, I cannot. I'm just thinking about me hugging all 3 of these. Oops, sorry, didn't mean to press that. Okay, lock muscle. Enter password. Boom. Having a microphone in front of me while trying to use the keyboard is kind of tough. Okay, so is shit. If I buy this, I have to eat grass. Oh no. I mean, ooh, plushies though, plushies. Sorry, I got too excited. Look, just look at them. My fucking god. Thick. Whoa, look at Crimson Fatalis. And White Fatalis. Buy? I am thinking about it. I honestly am. I'm using my savings for this. Fuck it. Hell yeah. That red bad dragon? What do you mean? It's Crimson Fatalis. It's not bad dragon. Fatalis is good dragon. Fuck you. How could you? Can't believe it. Alright, I need to stop looking at that. Holy shit. If I keep looking at that, I mean, I'm buying it. I'm buying it. Stink. Oh, this one plus shipping is probably going to be like 300 or something, isn't it? Let me try it. So if I... Okay, shipping with tracking number. I don't know why I'm doing this on stream. This is so stupid, but it's fine, I guess. How much is it? It's 8,580 yen. So Google tell me that that amount of yen is 272 ringgit. For tree. Sorry. Tree. Tree. That's tree, right? Can La buy its tree? Can La buy its tree? I know, that's why. Let me add to cart and see how the shipping fee is. Proceed to checkout. Okay, one. Whoever reads this is on. Oh. Merp, you're awesome. Merp is awesome. Hello, Tikaka. Oh my god, it's a couple. Hello, welcome. Shipping for 50 normally. Let's see. Proceed to checkout. What do you tell me about this? So if I need to create an account. Social title, Mr. or Mrs. Yeah, everyone I write. That time Amazon that sell a typo, the whole review bombed. Damn, shit. Oh, I guess I have to use my real name for this. That's why I'm not showing it on stream. But I don't know why I'm doing this. This is so stupid. My fucking god. But I just cannot wait. There's something like this I really cannot wait. Hope you're doing good, Tikaka. Shipping was 80 for my hardcover book. Came only is soft cover. Oh, that's a fraud right there. And the oh, I need to type the slashes. Wow. I can just slash on my numpad. Something's gonna happen if I press that. Oh, birthday is optional. Well, fuck you then. You're awesome. I know, right? Merp is awesome. Tikaka is awesome. Nexus is awesome. Roxas, maybe not. Yeah. Why is it like? Why is it like? G accepta las conditions generales et la politiki de confidentiality. Everyone is awesome. Yeah, look at it. Buy first badminton later. Maybe you can do it after badminton. See, Rox, this is what I mean. Always giving the scary suggestions. There it is. The word. Okay, I need to know what this means. Let me copy this one to... You simp it? Of course I do. Excuse me. It's triple the dragon. I accept terms and conditions and privacy policy. Oh! How do you read this? Okay, wait, give me a second. Give me a good second. Okay, read this for me.
J'accepte les conditions générales et la politique de confidentialité.
That's what I saw. I don't even know how to read it. Why is it suddenly French? Fuck you. Okay. Continue. Okay, address. I cannot show this on stream. I will get doxxed. I don't want to dox myself. Don't use numpad. I have hotkeys on numpad. State. Oh, country is not Japan. Come on. Malay. Oh, this Malaysia. Let's go. No thanks. That's actually Malaysia. 3-stream streak. Wow, thank you, Tikaka. I feel everyone's getting emo from the same person. They really do look like it. They really do look like it. I don't know. I do it on my own. Well, my emote, I made it on my own. Use this address for invoice too. Okay, let's see. This. City is this. You have a country, but it doesn't. You don't let me. Wait. Country is Malaysia. You don't let me say state? Well, state, I'm just gonna stay in the state address complement. Okay, look, I don't know why I'm doing this on stream, but I cannot wait. Alright. I will apologize profusely. I'm sorry. But I couldn't help it. Okay? I can't help it. I really can't. Not this one. I know phone is optional, but just in case, I'm actually typing it down. I mean, it's not as much. I know a scammer when I hear one. It's easy to identify one. Alright, continue. Tell me about the shipping money. DHL. My private warehouse to be paid later. Don't use it if you only ship this order alone. Use the warehouse only for combining with other warehouse orders. On buyer's request, payment before shipment. If you want to order to be shipped directly once available, do not use the warehouse system, but directly select one of the shipping options above. Thank you. 1 to 3 months. 5 business days. 1 to 5 business days. Please fill the phone number information. No PO box allowed. No box you didn't waste as much as me. Probably not. I don't know. I don't even know what you're doing with your money, so I don't know. This one is like, whoa, how much is this? Fuck. Okay. Sun Juling. 3890 yen to MYR. Oh my god, shipping is 123 ringgit? 123 for shipping! Yeah, not surprised, but still. Japan Post registered small packet air. 15 business days. Insurance up to 6,000 yen. South America up to 3 months. What are you getting? Oh, I never showed you. Tikaka, look. Let me show you real quick. Give me a second. I'm getting this. It's a 3-in-1 package that costs 272 ringgit. And now I'm looking at shipping. There's some cheaper selections. DHL is just way too expensive. DHL is like this amount of money, 133. So I was like, what the fuck? Man, a cutie. You get 3 cuties, and look at the tail. It's so thick. I need it. Of course, I need it. You have crimson fatalis. You have white fatalis, and then you have the normal fatalis. Snuggle buddies. I know, they're so good. I'm shaking in excitement, but man, this shit is expensive. You ever carry me on fatalis? I mean, you can. When do you want me to carry you? I don't know. You could try messaging me if you want to be carried, but I don't even know if I can carry you, fatalis. I'm not even that good. I'll die to Fatalis. Usually it takes me at 29 minutes to kill a Fatalis, which is like 1 minute left, you know? Alone, by the way. Alright, let me... Question: what program do you use to stream, if you don't mind me asking? Zamata, Streamlabs? I'm using OBS Studios. Using OBS Studios and 3G program like this thing? No Zamata? I don't know what that is. You never reply the same day mostly? I'm sorry. On Steam, probably, if you message me, I'll reply. It's nothing much. Nothing much, Zamata with you? Zamata with... I don't get it. I still don't know what's up. But there's a lot of laughing going on though. Oh, it's like a... Is it a joke that just went through my head? You know, I cannot get jokes sometimes. I hate myself. Fuck. Okay, postal parcel surface mail. 1 to 3 months? Fuck. But this Japan Post registered small packet air. Let me see what this is. I think it's a pun. Yes? Oh man, I'm so bad with jokes. I'm so sorry. Okay, what is this? Small packets, Japan Post. Yuzenju? Is it this? Oh, but hi, freshly baked croissant. It's been a long time. I recognize the name. Hi, welcome in. Small packet features. Can we send a low rate than EMS or parcel post? Maximum weight for these packages is 2 kg. There's no way a 3 plushie that's kind of small is 1 kg, right? Or at least like 1. If the article is small, no more than 2 kg, it is less expensive to send as a small packet. If you're sending a large number of small packets, you can benefit from using the services below. But you already give me the choice of this, so I think it's good enough. I'm looking at, I'm trying to buy something, or like checking what the plushie, how much the plushie costs. So okay, if I choose this one, plus shipping is 10,550 yen. Haven't seen this amount before. Yen to Malaysian ringgit. So 3 plushies plus shipping is 334 ringgit to ship it here. I think that's pretty okay, honestly. I'm buying it tonight. My god, I'm buying it tonight. Let's go. Okay, let me just minimize this so that I don't forget. Anyway, is extensive streaming? Oh, thank god. Okay. Oh fuck, why am I doing this here? I don't know. Oh, Ixon is now playing Skyrim. Nice. Okay, okay. So let me just plug things real quick. I need to go badminton soon. Hey Bernie, come here quick.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. And also my Discord. Boop. I'll be on Discord most of the time. Later after badminton sold out. Non la, it's Hobby Genki. Hobby Genki is not gonna be that fast. I think it's still on pre-order, I think? I'm not too sure. Bernie. Bernie. And I think that's all the plugs. Let me just type in the raid to Exxon real quick. We're raiding to another Trakan. Fire. Exxon fire. Yeah. We're gonna raid a dragon's shiny. Yeah. That's the raid message. Thank you, Nexus. Dragons. And kobolds are yipping all your shinies. Go through yip go? Oh no. go through yip go. And that's... Okay, there we go. Happy to raid. And we're gonna raid Ixen now. So, actually not now. So, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. I also know that you guys are all loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Okay? Yip. Y'all get some yip from this kobold. Yip. And here comes right to Ixen. I love this music. Oh. I'm not missing anything, right? That's the right message. I wanna see what tomorrow. I want to see what tomorrow I want to play. Gosh, there's so many games that I can play though. My god. Tomorrow is Friday. Oh. So many choices, but I'm not too sure what to play. Golly. It's an update for Gunfire Reborn? We could try out Gunfire Reborn. It has been a while. But we'll see, we'll see, we'll see. I don't think I'm missing anything. So take care, everyone. Thanks for joining me again. Appreciate all of you. Smooches. Mwah. See you guys tomorrow. Take care. Bye-bye. Bye-bye-bye. Bye-bye-bye.